Yes, I think back to church. Yes, mama, I'm wearing my work t-shirt. Hello, I'm just Sophia and welcome to the Manifesto meeting of the various aspirants. And joining me is the masterpiece. Okay. Victoria Amber just finished with her manifesto and she's vying for the position of the local news secretary. What are her expectations? What do you expect for her to do differently for the current news administration?
Okay, for me as a student of Uhas, I don't really know the difference between local news and then the office of the SRC. So I'm expecting to see something. Actually, I don't know what they do, and I'm not seeing them do anything really different. I don't even see the need to vote for them because I don't know what they do. So we are hoping to see something different, maybe a change. She's going to work, or maybe local news secretary is responsible for this, responsible for that. But for me, for now, I don't even know what they do. So let's see what she's going to do for us.
But you've seen her read her manifesto. Are you pleased with her policies so far?
Listening to them, I was like, oh, we hear them all the time. So let's see if what she really said is what she's going to do. So that is what we are waiting for.
Okay. So now let's move to the federal SRC president. Currently, there are five in number. And this year, I'm very sure the competition is going to be very keen because they're all like top notch. So, who do you think is going to win?
Um, how it looks as at now, let's say we are targeting like 3 people. Yes. Who are those? Because now everywhere we are talking about it one thing, sunny days, like Anyako. But for the rest, I doubt.
Why do you say so? Do you think it's something the three are doing and the other two are not doing?
Okay, for the rest, let's say the three that I just mentioned, most people know them. And just yesterday, I saw someone fly, and I've not even met the person before. I don't even know the person. So we doubt because even those that we know since level 100 class, we are not even good things. Nah, so let's see. But for the three people, it's quite of very tight for them. Let's say it's one thing, sunny days, and they like the miracle. At first, we thought that sunny days was really like sunny days for the river. It's like now we only see like a few people putting a flyer, and then you see a one everywhere one thing. They like the miracle and everything. So let's see. The three of them, let's see how it goes for them. Well, from what I'm hearing, I've not sat down to make analysis, but from what I'm hearing, it's one thing has a higher hand over them. So let's see how it goes. But for the three, let's see.
Okay, for me, I think they're all potential winners. They're all putting effort into winning the election. So for me, the best should win. But you have a young university. We are still growing and we are faced with challenges here and then. What are some of the policies you want the aspirants to address?
Um, I would say I don't have expectations for any of them.
Why not?
No, it's like everyone comes and then they do what they want and they just leave. For the case of Norman, oh, we're like, oh, Norman, he came and nothing. We didn't.
But the current administration promise you spiral notebooks, and you have received that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I didn't listen to the manifesto, so I don't know what I
No, but you actually have the spiral notes.
I have it. But apart from that, what else? Just tell me what else do we have? Spiral notebooks, like So I'll just go home and be boasting to my friends who are in university and check what SRC doing for you. They gave me spiral notebook. I'm like, how? No. So I don't really have much expectation. I'm not expecting anything from them because I feel it's the same.
So I you trying to say you being a student on campus, like anything can happen. Whoever comes should just come in.
Most of the students now, that is the perception. It's like maybe this year many of us might not vote.
Why not?
Oh, that is the truth. They're like, even if we vote, we are not seeing anything different, so we don't know why we should be voting. Yes, that's it. Some people are like, the one who give me money, the one I vote. Because if I don't take money and I vote, they're like I'm just wasting my vote. I don't see anything different.
But we are actually supposed to keep the aspirants on their toes. We actually have to tell them the challenges they are facing, so that when they come on board, they'll try and help us solve whatever problems they are facing. Because they are the students representative council.
Mostly, what they say before they get the position is different from what they come to do. You see that kind of thing. So I don't really, that's what I'm saying. I don't really expect much from them because what they will say is very different from what they will come and do in real life. You come and ask someone why need to do that, and then I sent a letter here and I sent a nothing.
But personally, what are some of the challenges um you have to face them?
Me,
If you could just point it out.
I'm the fun side. You see, so
I can tell.
yeah. So just look at SRC week celebration like this. And yesterday I was just there. BC came around and she was asking that what's going on campus, like how.
The vice chancellor of the school. Are you serious?
Yes, with Dean of Stars, asking that what's happening. I was like, we're celebrating at SRC weekend was like, really, this week. So even the VC is not aware. So many people going for classes and you want to compare UCC to UCC Tech Lagos Uhas. No, me, it's not fun. Yes, everything is, but so if maybe the SRC could be some kind of enjoyment, fun, everything. Also now, when we go out there, you can also tell the friends, so like we did this, we did that, but everything was like this. When you go, you can't even talk. When you're discussing, you have to be hiding small.
But don't you think it's actually the attitude of the student? Because personally, I don't think the students of UHAS patronize their activities or even products of the school.
It's all about, I would say it's not the fault of the students.
Why not?
It's the fault of the executives. Because yesterday, for instance, was rep your school. The time that I heard it was rep your school, it was let's say 1 a.m. Meaning we're almost in the day. So most people were not aware. So if we are not aware, you don't expect us to be repping our school when we don't even know.
But I saw flyers around.
Who did you see talking about this? Most people didn't see the flyers. So I would say publicity is very important for the program.
If most people didn't see the flyers, then I don't know, because I did every level. I mean, there are various platforms in UHAS, and I'm sure every class at least has a platform where they disperse information and all of that. So if most people did not see the flyers, and that's a big question mark on our part.
It's not about the students. Talking about the SRC week celebration, personally, I didn't even know we were having a SRC week celebration this week.
Are you being serious? Are you being serious?
Oh yeah, I didn't know. It was the Saturday when we went for the trip that I heard someone saying that we have um SRC week this week. So I was like, really? So if there is something like SRC week celebration that is coming, you should be making like announcements even before the, maybe like last semester before we went, oh, next semester we having SRC week celebration. So we all get involved talking about rep your school. You could just make announcements so that they'll bring their uniforms from there. Now, if you tell me now and I don't have it, you don't expect me to be repping someone's school. It's not done. So I think if we were made aware of that, we would get involved. It's like it's all about publicity, oh. Because personally, if not, I'm just the fan type. Like tomorrow, you wouldn't see me on the park that maybe games because we are not even aware. I heard it today. That we're having games and trophies in. School. I doubt if the players are aware.
Personally, I think the notice for the SRC week celebration was short. It was really, really short. So I think it also has to do with the problem of publicity.
Yes, and also one thing that we would say is that it's because of how we see the executives. So if they say something, we won't do it. Just imagine when you were coming, like now that they are reading manifestos, you were like, oh, when I come, I'll do this, I'll do that. Then you come, and then we've not seen anything. You come and tell me you are having floats. You want me to join? No, it's not done. Be like, that's also president that you even say something, you will not do it. You expect me to come and walk through this and that, like float. No, I won't come. That is so it's all about the attitude of the executives and how we students also see them. If you really do what you say, whatever you bring on board, you follow. That is one.
So, guys, this has been Nanaja and myself discussing the manifesto of the various aspirants I have read so far. We'll join you later in the day. Please stay tuned.
That's it was. I'm not listening.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the session. And you're all welcome to the continuation, to the continual hearing of the manifesto reading of the SRC presidential, SRC and local news candidate manifesto. We are through with the hearing of the manifesto from the local news whole provinces, treasurer, secretary, and we continue with that of the presidents. We want to encourage all of you that this is the only opportunity you get to question the various policies each and every candidate has for this election. And with this, we will know the holes in their manifesto and policies. So we are encouraged to ask questions and they will clarify to all the house, the entire student body, how feasible their policies are. And if they very well convince us all, then they can win their votes. As we win our votes, that day they come 23rd of this month. So we continue with our manifesto reading. We want to invite Mr. Andy Enoch, who is aspiring and he is the candidate for the whole local NOX president for this SRC election, for this SRC elections. So please let's have it, Mr. Andy Enoch. Please, when you come here, you may want to do as well to move your marks so as the student body can know who is talking to them. Thank you.
Manifesto read by Manifesto read by Adi Enoch on the 13th July 2021, a presidential candidate for local news president for the 2021-2022 academic year. The Electoral Commission chairperson, the executive of the Student Representative Council, colleague and aspirant students, all protocols observed. We are gathered here this afternoon to listen to the goodwill that I have for this noble institution. Enoch, a third year student from School of Nursing and Midwifery, Uhas, offering public health nursing. I am calm, humble, zealous, optimistic, and a diligent person, as well as a result oriented individual. Honesty and integrity are my core values. My biggest dream is to alleviate poverty from Ghana and Africa at large. Furthermore, I yearn to be a contributing factor to reduce the rampant growth of broken homes in the world in years to come, and equally to provide information technology skills to the youth of Africa. I believe in this dream so strong that I am willing to die for it if the need be. I find fulfillment in helping people. Why the president? This position is one of the important offices in the school which represents Uhas outside and is primarily responsible for safeguarding the interests and personal welfare of students at the national level. With that in mind, selecting a leader who understands these interests and committed is the key in the election process. I am therefore seeking for your support and vote, even as I offer myself to serve you in the capacity of the president of local NUCs. Why vote for Adi Enoch as local NUCs president or campus? Policies that I wish to implement when given the opportunity to serve the students of this institution is or are as follows. One, I will ensure that the interests of Yuhan students are promoted at the national level during Congress and other meetings held by the national NUCs. I seek to implement all impending projects of the outgoing administration that are beneficial to all students, including the registration of birth certificates, passports, national health insurance scheme, and TIN number. I seek to create the awareness of indigenous scholarships available to students and guiding students on the application methods. 4. I also pledge to work with the SRC to championing the interests of the students when called upon. 5. Creating the awareness of student loan and how to acquire it will be a priority so that students who are financially challenged would access them easily aside the scholarships available. 6. In collaboration with the SRC, I will ensure that the beneficiaries of the loan are given the chance to register in case where the disbursement of the loan is delayed as petitioned and agreed by management. 7. In collaboration with the SRC leadership, an entrepreneurship seminar will be organized to empower the students, including IT and vocational training. 8. Innovative businesses of students on campus will be supported with a flexible terms and conditions that will not only help expand their businesses and livelihood, but then serve as a means of raising capital for the local youth in achieving its goals. 9. I will also help the SRC and the school management in their quest to solving the challenges students face on campus currently, including accommodation and then transportation. Lastly, I will see to it that Luke's Excellent Awards and dinner nights are improved. Student leaders, colleague aspirants, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I end by wishing all and sundry well in the impending assignment and examination as the semester promises to be stressful. At the end of the election, I urge all aspirants to come together with smile, knowing that all was done in fairness. Onward, ever onward. A vote for the Adi Enoch-led administration for the local youth secretariat is one of the sharpest initiatives ever, and a vote for progress and compassion. I believe in teamwork, and I will gladly welcome ideas and innovations that can improve the life of students on campus. I stand with you against all odds. Aluta continua, Victoria accepted. Best regards, Adibino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master Enoch. Please, your questions are welcome. If you have any question to Master Andy Enoch to actually clarify his policies to you, or if it's something that's not so clear to you, you want to ask a question, yes, please, you want to come forward and ask a question. Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Taylor. In your manifesto, you made mention of you are going to improve local news media. Yeah, I was nice. I want to know what are you, what are the new things you're going to bring on board. Is that the normal thing that we know?
This is now.
Yes.
Thank you. Over the years, what I've observed is that participants who win every nomination is given a clip. When I come in, I'll see to it that a souvenir is attached to the plate so as to encourage students to participate in the awards night.
Big business souvenirs, like can you break down souvenirs? I have so many souvenirs. If you can break it down one. List some of the souvenirs that you want to add it to the plate.
We could add stationaries to them. We could equally add some laptops and then thank you.
Please, if you want to ask a question, kindly come for it. Kindly come for it. Kindly ask a question, come to the mic. Let's speed up the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac Salas, K200. I want to ask you, what is the constitutional provision for this particular office and what the office influence on the student as a whole? And secondly, okay, I think that's all. So I want to know the constitutional backing for the office you are contesting for, what the constitution says about the office, and what role does it influence on the student populace? Thank you.
Thank you. I am Emmanuel. My question goes like this. How do you plan on bettering the accommodation issues of students on campus? I mean the hostels, those students on hostels, in the hostels. How do you, what provision in your policy or how can you better the accommodation issues? Very. My question is, have you ever been in any position of this before? If so, what were you doing so that what you can also do in this person? Please, we want to give Andy the opportunity to answer the following the questions asked so far. So as when he's done, we'll see if there are any other questions to be asked. We take 3 questions per session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Per the constitutional requirement, you are supposed to have a CGPA not less than 2. And then every tertiary institution in Ghana has an SRC, so a representative of SRC. Each from every tertiary institution comes together to form the National Union of Ghana Students, and it's noted on addressing issues facing the students. So the impact news has is that over the years it provides solutions to some challenges students face on campus. Now moving on to the accommodation issue, I am aware that Most of the landlords have increased the rent in whole year. A single room self-contained is going for 3,600, what of a chamber and hall. So, in my role as a president, I will liaise with the SRC so that we will see the king of Assembly State, of which who is part, as well as the rent control, so that we will negotiate and lobby and then see to it that these amounts are being reduced for the student population. Aside that too, we aim to form a committee such that all landlords who are willing to join this committee after every academic year who release to us the number of vacancy they have at their hostels and then their houses, so that students do not have to take the pain of going for house hunting. Now for the achievement, I was blessed in level 100 and 200 as I stood as the Fiat vice president, the Fiat Horse vice president. And an achievement we've held over the years is that it's only the medical hostel that is noted for celebrating 4 week celebration, but in our tenure or in my tenure as the vice president, the Fiat have it 4 week celebration. Now, under my administration, we equally saw to it that each floor is provided with a refrigerator, since most students did not have the means to provide that for themselves. Currently, if you go to DFIAT, you will see that it has been provided with a lavish bench where students sit comfortably to receive fresh air both in the morning and then in the evening. And all these were being provided under my administration. Thank you.
You still have any more questions for Madam Master Andy? Let me see if I can. Only one person. Please, you may pick your question. Okay, Mr. Honorable, you've been, providing surveillance during your tenure of office, such as laptops. So I want to know how you're going to generate funds for your, um, because I don't think you are independent by the right. You are independent by when you come to office. So how are you going to generate funds? And how are you going to, if I may not think that you are going to deceive us, how are you going to provide us with certain stuff to just, that I think, please do you get me?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So how are you going to generate funds for your, um, thank you.
So how do I generate funds? Interestingly, our current federal SRC president has shown us the way by bringing on board a lot of sponsors partake in this year's Uhas competition, Miss Uhas or Face of Uhas, which means that it's highly possible. And then how am I prove that all the policies I have are genuine? That is why earlier on I stated the achievements I've ever performed on campus as vice president for the Fiat Hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master Andy. If there's no other question, during the last session I asked, so one person will raise their hand. So if there's no other question, we will discharge you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your audience. We'll proceed from where we stop. Welcome to the podium now, Master Fabio. Come and read this manifesto.
A manifesto of the father, delivered by Father Mohammed, the current presidential candidate in the Trafalgar Auditorium, in the C03 Auditorium, 13th July 2021 at 2 p.m. Mr. Chairman, honorable electoral commissioner, hardworking executives here, co-aspirants, fellow students here, good afternoon to you all. I deem it a great honor to stand before this House this remarkable day to present my policies as the Bolo County presidential candidate in the 2021-2022 SRC local notice elections. I am Father Mohammed, a third year student of this noble institution. I had interest to serve over my years in school, and I've had interest to serve over my years in school. And this was typically demonstrated by in the first year. I decided to be the electoral commissioner of my class and also to represent my class at the Medical Students Association level. In that same year, that first year, I stood for the senior IT officer of the Medical Students Association. That was when I was in first year. Now, Mr. Chairman, first, permit me to commend the current executive for their good work done. So far, despite the uncertainties that COVID has brought to this nation, I must say, in truth, they have paid their dues to our results. I must also commend Honorable Kennedy, our group, the current local news president, for his wonderful contribution to our local news. Today, I stand in front of this August House to make my policies known to everyone and also how to implement them. It is worth noting that the core values of the father is to bring possibilities to all students and to put in place measures to ensure students are able to benefit from these possibilities. Mr. Chairman, the first of our policies is to ensure that student loans are disbursed on time, possibly beginning of each semester. This we shall do by engaging necessary stakeholders, including the National Secretariat of Youth and also Get Fund, which we know they are in charge of student loan. Again, Mr. Chairman, our administration would like to ensure the building capacities of Uhas students through the organization of seminars with the invitation of professionals from various fields, including finance, marketing, politics, and law. Also, Mr. Speaker, also, Mr. Chairman, the Father Mohammed-led administration would like to ensure the enhancement in the attainment of the various Ghana identification cards. We shall do this by ensuring students get access to these cards, including the Ghana card, the Senate card, Eastwich, and others, without even paying a person. It is done in other universities, and I believe it can be done in the house here too. Mr. Chairman, the Father Mohammed-led administration will create the My Brother's Keeper Fund, where fellow students who find difficulties in the payment of their fees and accommodation can be supported by this fund. We shall create this fund through seeking for sponsorship from non-governmental organizations, through the donations from well-meaning lecturers and also students. Also, this administration shall work with relevant stakeholders to present scholarship opportunities for final years who would want to further their education both in local and abroad schools. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, this administration shall organize scholarship seminars with invitations of staff from the various scholarship agencies to improve the chances of high students during competition for scholarship opportunities. At this juncture, I would like to call on all students to stand with Team Father, support us and vote for us in our quest to propel our roots to higher grounds. I am Father Mohammed and I believe in making opportunities available and known to all students. Thank you. vote for Father Mohammed as your next president. Vote for possibilities and opportunities. Only you has, only for SRC, and only.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fadil Muhammad. Is there any question from the audience? There's only one hand. Madam, please you can come. Want your to be heard as far as forward. So as if they don't address as well, the Uhas population will know that they are throwing dust into our bodies. Or they are claiming what they're saying.
Check the focus. Check the focus. Just more. Okay. If you did it, if you did it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. I heard you say that to make sure that students' loan are paid on time.
Okay, Charlie. Okay.
Was that your statement?
Yes.
And how do you plan on doing that? Because as far as I know, it's the government that is in charge of it. So if the government says that I'm giving it next year, it is next year that is coming. So how are you planning on doing that? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And with my point regarding the student loan, those years you are right by saying that the government is in charge of student loan. That's true because student loan is regulated by the debt fund. And there's something that they've left in charge of looks. And I followed the national election keenly. That's the election of the national executive or the officers at the national level. I followed the election keenly. And they have been pushing for such an agenda to be, or such an interventional measure to be in place for students. I followed their manifesto, I followed their policies keenly. And one thing that runs through all their aspirants, or one common thing in their policy was to advocate for student loans to ensure that they are paid on time. And with this policy, I believe that I am in same wavelength with them. And in pursuing or in engaging the national officers, engaging officers or staffs at Get Fund who are in charge of student loan, we shall be able to make sure student loan is based on time. Thank you.
Follow-up question, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know if it, I don't actually believe what you're saying right now. But then I think the best thing you can do for us students is that they can complain. It's not an it's case. The government has their pay. It's this. No matter what, that is when the money you get the money to pay for us. So the best thing you can do as the to lobby on behalf of the students with the registrar so that she can extend the time for us to wait for the money to come in or allow the students to register before they arrive home. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. But respectfully, I would like to know. I would like to know when we say you don't believe in what I'm saying. I would like to know which one.
Yeah, the answer you gave that you lobby with the Get Fund officers. I believe the predecessors were also trying.
You mean
I believe it's
not that I would know that.
you will try to do, but then the probability that it will work is very low. So the best thing you can do for the student is to lobby with the registrar so that she allows the child. That's
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? So if there's no other question, Mr. Adi Mohammed, Mr. Fadil Mohammed, you are this, Apparently, we are done with the local portfolios. So now we're heading towards the whole provision candidates manifesto. We'll start with through to the treasurer, then last the presidential manifesto. So we call on Madam Africa to come and read the manifesto to the student populace.
Yes,
and over 300 nursing students of the School of Nursing and Midwifery. I stand here today to present to you the reasons why you should elect me as your next provincial SRC Women's Commissioner for the 2021-2022 academic year. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the vetting committee in passing me from aspirant to candidates of this very electioneering process. My second thanks goes to the entire Uhas fraternity for their prayers and utmost support in this clarion call. Also, my thanks also go to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making it happen. The chairman, it took me quite a long time to develop a voice. And now that I have one, I am not going to be silent, but rather champion the ideas of every woman within the Uhas student province. I believe that for every institution to stand firm, there must be a role of a woman. And thus, women belong to all places that involve decision making. It shouldn't be that women are exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you this afternoon and to make known to you my visions for the office of the Women's Commissioner of Uhas, Pole Province. Just as opined in our constitution, I shall put the Women's Commission office to take the responsibility of aiding female students in realizing themselves as an important resource so as to contribute to the advancement of society. Assisting in finding solutions to problems in connection with women-related ideals, helping to prepare the female students for more responsible and responsive role in life and after school, serving as a link between female students and other groups with the view of sharing ideas and strategies on issues concerning women, inculcating in the female students a sense of inclusion, solidarity, and active participation in campus activities, helping to raise the self-esteem and confidence of female students, improving and strengthening communication and cooperation between the sexes, and creating a platform for rekindling the potential of female students. Honorable Chair, I will continue the work of my predecessors in rallying women behind the vision of Uhas SRC. I believe that the end of all our efforts should be to contribute towards building a strong and resilient student group. And the first responsibility as Women's Commissioner, in my view, is to ignite passion among our women, to contribute to the growth of Uhas SRC by actively participating in the activities of SRC. This is because the growth of Uhas SRC is cardinal to achieving the development aspirations of female students and will require a strong union to drive the programs and activities of Women Commission. In so doing, I offer impetuous, selfless service, sacrifice, compassion, and integrity that will rejuvenate the base of Uhas SRC Women's Commission and strengthens its structures. Let me be quick to state unequivocally that I believe in a teamwork and there is strength in working together. God willing, inshallah, if I am elected, I shall work together with my team in an all-inclusive and open door policy. I shall work with every male and female student to deliver on our stated objectives and programs. Mr. Chairman, I would like to take that point again. It really means a lot to me. I believe in teamwork, and there is strength in numbers in working together. God willing, if I am elected, I shall work with my team in an all-inclusive and open door policy. I shall work with every male and female students to deliver on our stated objectives and programs. Mr. Chairman, college students, ladies and gentlemen, my goal is to provide practical, action-oriented, and transformational leadership that understands people and loves people. Below are my stated policies for the good students of Uhas in two thematic areas, which are building a strong Uhas and advocating for female or women development. One, pursue the harnessing, distillation, and employment of the intellectual and other appropriate capacities of female students for the advancement of Uhas society. Secondly, carry out educational and other capacity building programs and activities aimed at improving the social, economic, and education and academic circumstance of women in the university and in Ghana. Thirdly, pursue actively the agenda of ensuring the cessation of all discriminatory and harmful practices against women in Uhas. Fourthly, work together towards the appropriate and acceptable sex exercise in accordance with the SRC Constitution and the statute laws of the university. The right of women, especially in cases where such rights are or have the propensity to be infringed upon, denied, or abused. Lastly, work towards greater participation among women in affairs incidental to the advancement of the university and Ghana as a whole. Long live UHAS, long live SRC, long live the office of the Women's Commission. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vivienne. Your questions are welcome. Please, if you have a question, let me see if I can. Okay, please, we all have to come forward and do a start. We'll take three questions as a group and she will address them in continue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Emmanuel, and I have two questions for you. My first question is, you said in your policy that you want to build a strong UHAS. The question is, how do you aim at achieving that, building a strong UHAS? My second question now is, looking at the way some female students in both rise on campus, some of the dresses, I would say, they are eyesore. They are kind of indecent dressing. As a women's commissioner, how do you aim at addressing this form of indecency on campus? Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I know you are the person as my parents question. And then you said give time to gather the school, and then right now we've
gotten the platform. What I would like to know is why do you single out Uhas to be the woman for Uhas instead of going for the withdrawal election?
Who province, not you. Who province, not you.
I'm saying
So again.
you chose whole, right? So why didn't you go for the whole Uhas? What? Or you don't understand what I'm saying. Instead of you didn't go for the federal vote. Yes. Saying that you got to the platform and all of that. Why did you single out? And then you said you make the people participate, actively involved in programs and stuff. You ask looks like a science class. What a program, how do you intend to implement what?
The chair the house. Thank you very much for those who asked the question now. For the first question, how do I aim in building a strong human? I believe this is a very simple question. We all talk about fixing Ghana, fixing Ghana. The question I have we fixed ourselves? So how I intend building a strong human is starting from me. So I've already fixed myself to some extent by overcoming my fear of public speaking. That's why I went for the Miss Uhas, of which I was successful. So I believe taking a whole step of 5 things in leadership is also working on myself. So since I've been able to work on that aspect of me, why not impact on people? So I'm using this platform by God's grace if I get elected to invite women. That's why I'm focusing on women only. I didn't go for any other position. So that they learn from me. And I believe a single drop of water makes a mighty ocean. So since I started from myself, I can impact on others. And that's how we can build a strong impact. Thank you. So that's for the first question. For the question of dressing or dressing problems, I'll say again, I'll start from myself. If you have really observed my dressing, there's never a day that I've dressed indecent with part of my body being exposed or anything for the records. So I believe taking this position will make me to serve as an example to our fellow ladies. Secondly, on that same point, if given the platform when elected, my team and I work towards organizing awards, not a big program awards, maybe class-based. We speak to the campus rep, then we get to know the best dressed person, woman or woman, for that month or for that semester, and we give an award to that person. As simple as that. We don't have to go to the extreme. And we have to know that no matter how we try to impact on people or advise people to dress properly, you can't tell them what to do, or you can't force them to do what they want to do. They don't want to do. So we take it step by step, by peacefully advocating for proper dressing. Then we award them. Then we, the leaders, be an example for them to follow. I hope I've addressed your question. Why full provincial welcome? Full provincial welcome because I believe I am the eligible person for that position. And then I chose full provincial. I chose full provincial welcome because I believe it's a sector where I belong to the first for the start. I don't have to be too big for me to change women's life. I can be a life changer just at the small province I am. I don't mean people who go for the federal or federal SRC don't have proper reasons or don't see. I'm not better than them. But I believe that's where I can really concentrate and work effectively. Because for you to achieve a good governance, you have to be an effective leader. So you don't go for too much. That's my belief. You don't go for too big things that you know that you can't be too. You can't work hard for it. That's why I choose full provincial reform. How do I intend making the leaders to participate in activities relating to my policies that I intend to undertake. First of all, there are many ways to attract people to your program. You don't have to force them to come sit down. That's why we have the Uhas TV here. We have a lot of views watching us right now. You don't have to be here. All thanks to COVID. No, COVID is not a good thing. We have Zoom. We have social media platforms, Instagram. Almost all students are part of social media platforms. Whether WhatsApp group, Instagram, Twitter, everyone can say it's peace of mind. So these are all platforms that you can attract people. The more you make it enticing, the more they come to it, they come to it. And in other sense, I can also work together with the SRC to ensure that buses are sent to the hostels to help pick them up. But it's not going to be that easy. But we pray that when we are giving this mandate, it should come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand up. If there's any other question. I saw a hand at the back. Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you, my friend. For next year, you have discrimination being on that means this for one second. Give example. That I have a discriminated practice. How practices like that in one society.
Example is sexual harassment, which is, I think, on the rise in our constitutions. Well, when I mean sexual harassment, I don't believe in students harassing lecturers or lecturers are harassing students. Even our own policy harass.
If there's no other question, then at this juncture, we discharge Madam Vivian. Next to read your manifesto. Next to read his manifesto for the category of the co-provincial treasurer is Master's Sadri Peter.
They didn't apply the positions in the position, like they didn't apply the position. You say let me listen.
Manifesto declared by Frederick aspiring to provincial SRC. My name is Sadar Peter, a dependable, disciplined, and hardworking person who has extensive experience of having a wide level of general responsibility of managing the people records. I'm a continued nursing student in the University of Health and Allied Science. I'm highly delighted to be given the opportunity to stand before you all on this never to be forgotten occasion to read my manifesto as an aspirant for the office of Full Provincial SRC Office, the Treasurer. Before I proceed, let me first of all body of the student governance that is dedicated to the financial well-being of students. My optimum aim will be to ensure that all students within the university are given a fair representation in terms of having value for money and also act as a mediator for all major financial restructuring. That will
directly or indirectly impact students during the 2021-2022 academic year. Mr. Chairman, as Delalama said, a lack of transparency results in distrust and deep sense of insecurity. For this cause, my office will ensure transparency to bring back the deteriorating trust students have in the SRC by compiling comprehensive monthly reports that will be circulated to all students through various media. Mr. Chairman, my office will use modern innovative ideas to keep continuous, accurate financial records. Modern innovative ideas like the use of the Uhas app, mobile app, to keep proper records of budget with breakdown, its corresponding money spent, its receipt, and its picture of evidence. I will also push for the purchasing of an external hard drive to keep records and documents in soft
Master,
copies.
you go to
Again,
the
a safe
you go to
box
the
and secure cabinet will be created at the
that's where
SRC's office, in which
you will take
all
the phone.
receipts, invoice, vouchers, documents, and all financial records will be kept with duplicates given to the provincial executive. Mr. Chairman, in the quest for value for money, my office will create a streamlined process for the supervision of all funds allocated to the SRC by using already existing structures like engaging a financial committee to do a thorough background search on all budgets and proposals from the committee, from various committees and come out
Disconnected.
with more information on the proposal and other alternatives available, which will be presented to the General Assembly before accepting or rejecting the budget. However, before everybody knows or people ever receive the money, you need to sign payment voucher or the certificate of payment, which will ensure strict accountability. Everybody, I will keep track of whatever the money is being used for, and also ensure that the audit committee works to guarantee proper check and balance. Mr. Chairman, my office with the 2021-2022 administration will push for financial restructuring with emphasis on partnership, sponsorship, and collaboration to reduce the dependence of SRC dues and also increase our productivity. In conclusion, the role of the treasurer appeals to me very much. And should I be elected to the whole? Should I be elected as the whole? Should I be elected to the whole SRC provincial treasurer portfolio? I will serve with integrity and honesty at all times and will execute my duty to the best of my ability. My people, let us remember that beyond politics and campaign, this is our opportunity to make our voices heard at any decision-making level in the university. As Plato said, the punishment for not getting involved with politics is that you end up being governed by inferiors. Again, democracy is not a spectator game. So I urge you all to come out in your numbers. Come, come out on the 23rd of this month and vote yes for Sadar Peter, the best candidate that has the potential to deliver the best. I believe I believe in you, all dear students. May God bless you. May God bless the SRC. May God bless you as I count on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master Sadari Peter. Okay, now to the audience. If you have any question for Master Sadari Peter, you want to raise your hand.
That's why we invite you to the mic. Is there any question for you? If there's no question for Master Sadari, Master Sadari, you are discharged. Hope I wouldn't miss you because earlier on I said pronounce his name as Sadri. Sadari. Thank you very much. Pastor,
Yes, yes.
for the category of full provincial presidents candidates, we invite to the podium Master Adon Kwame.
Leadership for the people. A better you pass is now. Never. The People's Manifesto, presented by Adum Kwame Jr., home provincial SRC president, as filed on 23rd of July 2021 at CO3. Change will not come if you wait for some other person or if you wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we see. Adom is the change we see. Mr. Chairman, the Electoral Commissioner, fellow aspirants, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, the Bible reads in Exodus chapter 3, verse 7 to 10. The Lord said to Moses, I have heard the vision of my people in Egypt. I have heard them cry out because of their slave driver, and I have concern about their suffering. And now the cry of the Israelites have reached me. I have seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. The cry of Uhas, all countries, has reached the Lord. So now, I can go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to make my people. Uhas will come out of suffering. I am not Kwame Jr., the Moses of Uhas. And 300 nursing students vying for home provision SRC president. My vision is to provide practical action-oriented leadership that uses society's influence approach in solving students' problems. I am honored for this great opportunity to present the People's Manifesto. Before I begin, I would like to say a big thank you to the provincial executives and the whole General Assembly for their good works in the previous years. Let's enjoy the People's Manifesto.
We are ready to enjoy.
Mr. Chairman, my administration will embark on a campaign which I have titled Home for Health. Let me repeat, Mr. Chairman, my administration will embark on a campaign which I have titled Home for Health. This is all part of the leadership for the people agenda. Not only the people of Uhas, but the people of our community at large. This is a campaign which has a vision of promoting the health status of the people in one municipality and the entire Volta region at large. This campaign, on the other hand, will establish a flexible relationship between this our noble institution and the whole community. exposing students of Uhas to the outside world for a notable recognition. Mr. Chairman, one thing I believe is that in this world, being recognized in a good manner is the key treasures of life. So by empowering the students of University of Health and Allied Sciences through this Hope for Health agenda will not only help the students attain recognition, but the university as a whole. This agenda will help to serve as a golden bridge between the University of Health and Allied Sciences (SRC) and the whole community, gaining the attention of major stakeholders and public officials as well. Through this golden bridge, we will be able to lobby for items, and also we will be able to get these stakeholders on board to address the problems of our SRC and students at large. One may ask, how are all of these going to happen? In collaboration with other health institutions around, partnership and sponsorship from recognized NGOs and bodies that are ready to influence the health status of organize a series of free health screening, health education, and health entertainment, which will in return to serve as a source of generating funds for the SRC. Let's support Hope for Health agenda. Mr. Chairman, over the years, students have been facing robbery attacks, attempted kidnapping, and many of such cases. The rate of insecurity in home government is alarming, especially during the examination period, where students have to leave their respective hostels and homes to study on campus. There is a saying in Accra, "What you run, what you see." I'm going to give you facts and figures. A practical example was last semester when a good friend of mine, Inesi Lavatran, was robbed on her way from Trafalgar to Damen after she left her house to study on campus. A lot of these incidents have been complained by several students. This is becoming unbearable and measures must be taken. My administration will ensure better street lighting system from Trafalgar to Damen Road and all roads leading to Uhas Hostel, because I believe night serves as a better ground for attacks. Within my first month of assumption of office, I have promised you action-oriented leadership. Within my first month of assumption of office, I will engage the whole municipal assembly and the ECG to ensure the street lighting system are working on the above mentioned roads. Also, students on my province have limited knowledge on issues concerning personal security. For example, how to defend oneself against robbery or rape attack and the use of fire extinguishers. My administration will collaborate with the offices of local youths, organize seminars on matters of personal security and safety. Security experts from Ghana Police Service and the Ghana Fire Service will be the resource personnel. Mr. Chairman, sports is necessary in the education of students, as it does not only develop the physical strength of individuals, but also improve their mental abilities. Physical exercise is essential for students because it helps them to stay healthy and also helps to improve one's emotional fitness. Over the years, sporting activities on whole campus have increasingly concentrated on football, leaving other sporting activities such as volleyball and basketball behind. When it comes to sports, no one should be left out. My administration, in partnership with some relevant stakeholders, will establish basketball courts at the campus. We will also encourage all schools within the province to form volleyball and basketball teams with the SRC We provide them with the necessary resources, such as jerseys and the basketballs and the balls themselves, for them to use for their trainings. My administration will organize volleyball and basketball competitions once every semester with attractive prizes. Football will also not be left out. The various schools will be given 2 sets of jerseys for their football activities. I will liaise with the hall presidents and hall wardens to ensure all DSTVs are subscribed on yearly basis. My administration will side with the hall executives to improve the celebration of hall meet in all hostels. Honorable Chairman, my administration will engage all municipal assembly, the Taxi Drivers Association, and the Tricycles Drivers Association to establish so-called Trafalgar taxi rank at Trafalgar. This they will charge Ghana city as transport fare. Mr. Chairman, every year, most Ghanaian public tertiary institutions graduates approximately 70,000 students into Ghanaian economy. But only a small percentage of this individual finds work. So my administration, Abdul administration, will set up a skills development club, to help equip our students with the skills that will help them sustain after school. The Skills Development Club will collaborate with NGOs, key government agencies such as Youth Empowerment Agency, YEA, and other skill training institutions. Certificates will be given during this training. Areas for skills development will include basic ICT skills, programming, web developing, bees making, soap making, and fresh yogurt production. Mr. Chairman, as students, our academic performance is always a priority. But due to the poor condition of our lecture rooms, the academic performance of our students are declining at a faster rate. Florence Nightingale environmental theory states that good ventilation, and proper lighting are essential for healing and good health. My administration will improve the ventilation in our lecture rooms. Revamping the Trafalgar Auditorium is a major priority. I have promised and I have pledged that with good initiatives, I will revamp Trafalgar Auditorium. I'm doing this for the people of Ghana. This will be done by securing air conditioning and funds from the outside, together with the help from management. We will achieve this. My administration will also repair and replace marker boards and projectors, public address systems, and place a proper maintenance system to ensure its longevity. Mr. Chairman, over the past years, students have to walk across the stretches of home in search of an apartment. After going through all these stresses in securing an apartment, some of these students are bullied and threatened by their landlords. A practical example is one lady in Sonam level 300 whose landlord had a spare key to her room. Around 1 a.m. midnight, this wicked landlord sneaked to the lady's school to have his way with her. I have had 5 similar complaints from our ladies who even had to relocate to different apartments without even taking their rent balances. This is terrible. something that needs attention of the SRC. Accumulated administration was set up rent control committee based upon prime representative of traditional council, municipal assembly, rent control, rent agents, and students which will address matters of accommodation. The the rent control committee will secure apartments, and pictures of these apartments will be uploaded on the site and on Uhas mobile app, where students can apply online for rooms at the comfort of their homes. This is possible. Students going through stress, students going through stress in search of apartment will be a thing of the past. His Excellency Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, once said, "We cannot turn the clock back, nor can we undo the harm caused, but we have the power to determine the future and ensure what happened never happens again." I will urge all of you to vote at home for Hope Provincial and South President, because the vote for home is a vote for a better back. The vote for home is a vote for oneself. This is what we call leadership for the people. For a better you ask, vote at home now.
Much, Master Adolf. Please, your questions are welcome. Let's have the first three.
Thank you very much. Okay, with your hope for health, that's what you say. Hope for health. What are the health problems you identify that you want to solve with this hope for health? And then you may mention that you lobby with the organization for street lights from Chabanga to hostels. What about those of us that are renting outside? What are you doing for us? And then you made you make mention of sports, something you involve some organizations. I want to know the organizations that you intend to call on them to help with your sports. And then your transport system, to the best of my knowledge, the previous administration, they tried to lobby with the tricycles and then with even other transport systems to convey students to support them. But then the issue they had was the road. They were complaining that if they go and come, their tires got torn or something like that, and then the money is not enough. What is something different that you are going to do that is going to make them go and then refuse the proposal of the other? What's wrong? Yep.
We want to address these three questions, then we welcome the next three.
Okay, so concerning the third question, concerning the so-called taxi rack, this administration is using a different approach, which is we are impacting the lives of the society for them to also impact our lives. Okay, so through the Hope for Health agenda, the community is going to recognize us as a priority, as an asset to them. And when they see you have students as an asset, then no matter how the road is, they will bear with the pain that the students are facing and will do the accommodate taxi run for us. So we are impacting their lives. So they will also be compelled to do something for us. Thank you. And also the street lighting system. Okay, I said you will be connecting the street lighting system from Trafalgar to Japan and all roads leading to Uhas hostels. So if you are, let's say you are staying maybe the very inside, you will try our possible best and see what we can do about that one. So Timagon will surely figure that out and things will improve. The third question concerning the sports. The sports. So we have some stakeholders, we have some meetings going on. So we are trying to get the Volta Regional Football Association on board. So talks are still ongoing and we hope for a positive result.
Thank you very much. Please kindly use the mic.
My question is not answered. What is it that you are going to do to impact their life? I want specifics that you are going to do. And then the taxi rank is already there. When you go to Sokoto, there's a taxi rank. It's already been established. It's just that they are not going because they have complaints with the fare and their side. You are saying it will impact on their life so that they can bear the pain. This is not about bearing pain. This is about work, profit, and loss. So if I'm losing in the job I'm doing, I wouldn't be doing it. So what will you do? I don't believe your give me the specific of the how you are going to impact on their life.
So we are going to impact on their lives. So you have sensors, we have partnership rates with the one TV and global FM. So we will get these media houses on board since we have that partnership already. So we will organize weekly health education programs. Also, there will be free health screening once every month, together with one teaching hospital and some agencies, which I would like not to mention their names here. We will organize free health screening. And also, we are going to set up a forum between the community and the various hospitals. Because of how someone was maltreated in the hospital, the person has warned him or herself that he or she will not be going to the hospital again. So we are going to set up a forum to address all the perceptions of the people in Ho concerning health issues. So these are the things that we are going to do in the Go for Health agenda.
If you are doing that, how is that going to impact or affect those riders to convey the students there?
The riders, they also have family members.
It is business.
Yes, for the life of his or her relative.
You said you don't think that's your
Yes,
statement.
yes,
So that means they would do it.
they will do it. Trust me.
No, I won't feel my
My lobbying skills will attract them.
it is not about lobbying. Let's be real here. You understand? Find practical solution to the problem. I can't fill my tank for 50 cedis and then at the end of the day I'm gaining 20 cedis and then I'll be like I'm bearing the pain because the people are impacting lives in my community. I believe when I come to the hospital, certain tests I'll be asked to pay. They wouldn't say that I'm conveying you as students free or lesser prices so for this, so they will consider me. And then your goal for health doesn't include the UHAS students or it's just the community.
The UHAS students are the resource personnel for that project.
The UHAS students have problems concerning health. Have you
Yes.
identified
So,
them?
so we will start from our homes. Charity begins at home, as they say. So we start with our lives, then we go to the court.
So you mean to say you don't know the problems? You are now going to find them out.
Thank you very much. We said earlier, if you have questions, you may want to do them in a group of three points. You don't have to be asking questions as the answers are coming. Thank you very much. We want to welcome the second person to bring this question. Is there any other person who wants to ask a question? Please, hold the decision. So, okay. Please, let's hear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dalo, in your manifesto, you said that
The
you
focus.
will organize free health screening
Check the focus.
for
Check the room.
those in Go, like the people in Go, in
Okay.
order to generate money.
Okay.
My question is, how do you aim at achieving that? Like, what are the measures you put in place, or how is the funding you have? This is a free health screening. The second question is, you talked about forming having putting up a basketball court on the Tabe campus, right? Okay. So when you put on the basketball court, we already have a football court over there where we normally the university organizes sport activities for students. But you realize that students' participation in that is very, very not encouraging. So how do you aim, or how will you increase students' interest in participating for these activities, or participating in these activities, seeing how busy students are? They don't have time for any other thing except their books, their lectures, and church activities. So how do you aim at, or how do you want to bring them on board to gain interest in these activities? Also, the transportation issue that you were talking about, you said you set up a taxi rank, that is somebody at your bag as taxi rank, where you organize the mobilize the tricycle drivers so to transport students to and from the campuses with a fare of 2 cities. How feasible it is, seeing the recent increase in transportation fare? How feasible is that? They are surely going to run laws. And how feasible do you think this is going to be? My next question is, you mentioned, looking at the accommodation issue you talked about, you said you will set up rent control team, which will consist of traditional leaders, students, and I can't remember the rest of the people you talked about. For students, I know you can get students to on board. This is something that concerns students. But how can you get traditional leaders on board, seeing that they are not, or is there any way of remuneration any way you will pay them, or any form of remuneration you will give to them for being part of this team that will make them to have that kind of interest to come on board and be part of this rent control team? I think this one is beyond you, not you, not something that you can do. So why should you take this up on yourself? Thank you.
So, if you're ready, please address the questions.
Okay, so concerning the first question, the hope for help. Um, you didn't get me right. Okay. So the main source of the funds will come from the health entertainment. Will come from the health entertainment. So we are going to organize some health drama that will several health issues. So they will act in the form of play, drama. We can, let's say, Trafago Tutorial. Then several people, even from the community, will come. They will pay tickets. They will buy tickets. They will come and watch the drama. They will learn, and we'll be getting funds. And also, the Hope for Health campaign, they are going to use that to generate funds. I'm going to do a very big launching. And that launching, we are trying to get the various political men on board, the regional ministers, the MPs, the DCs, the chiefs, etc., etc. When all these people come on board, you know how these politicians are. Everyone wants to show that he is there. But then we can generate something for the project. But for the funds, for the Hope for Health, they are going to generate several funds. We are going to sell t-shirts, several t-shirts. That means I'm planning on selling like 10,000 of t-shirts. This is the motive of so many a times when we organize these activities, what are the prizes that we give to them? Some of these schools do not even have jerseys. And some people think they can't use their normal attire to come and what and play. So what my administration is going to do is that we are going to make sure that these tournaments come with attractive prizes. The underlying word is attractive. Attractive prizes to get the people on what on board. I have engaged with several students and they are eager to play in basketball and volleyball. We'll be going to Kusa Games, and when we go, today, if we can trash us 94, this is not possible. This shouldn't happen. We are going to work on that. And concerning the basketball court,
Please, we don't have time, so please let's fix and
concerning the basketball court, I've really taken my time. I've taken my time with my team. We've surveyed the campus and we have a very nice site where there is even concrete. So it's just a matter of renovating that place more. Then we get the post, we are through with the basketball court. The next question, how feasible do you think getting the rent control, getting the chiefs involved in the rent control committee? That was the question, right? Mr. Governor, that was the question. Getting the chiefs involved in the rent control committee. Okay. Can I get a marker? I will help you. I will help you to diagnose to explain further for you. But don't worry. We are within a community, and these people they like to us. But it's time for us to pay courtesy to these people and put our hands to them. Let's share our problems with the chief. How many times have we seen you ask ourselves paying courtesy to the chiefs of the traditional council of local governments? This has never happened before. But these people have a very great mouth when it comes to issues on the community or in the community. So if we go there, we put our hands with them, they will surely listen to us. They are human beings, they love us as their own, and surely they will listen to us. It is possible. And also, the somebody taxi run. You have house. They are doing well, the previous administrations have done greatly well. But Timadu will put more effort, into his administration. So what we are going to do is, we are going to make sure we are using society approach in solving students' problems. That's our vision. We are using society approach. We are going beyond our own management. And we are using society approach in solving what? Students' problems. This is possible. So we are going to, there's no reason why the tricycle people they don't want to go to secondary is that when they go, they will get passengers what? Back. But if we get a station there, when students at lecture, they are just going for the tricycle, they are going to their campuses, they will surely go. It's possible, they will go. They will surely go. Trust me. You asked 4 questions, right? And I've addressed all the 4 questions. Thank you.
I have 2 questions for us.
Please, I'm commenting on this. I'm not saying you can't do it, so but our previous
SRC, they came with the same manifesto. And I realized that somewhere last year there was there were police on their way. They follow us like to our homes and all that, but it ceased. Okay, so you can do it, but there's that with continuation. Yeah. And then you must go as the transportation question. But I'm also saying that that's a case where your own Metro Mass people are not accepting. They want to increase the 2 cities rate. Do you think those in the community will accept? Thank you.
Thank you. My own is not a question, but then it's something I have for you. I believe you do have good policies for the people of you have, but then your plans, the way you want to execute them, it's not it's like it's not feasible. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. You have the problem, not all the problems do. You have something you want to do, but then how you want to do it, it doesn't really correlate. So our advice to you is that if you went, go back, work more, and then help the people of the house. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the last one wasn't a question. I said the statement.
One question. Okay, so on the security issue, one thing that Timothy believes in, the difference between the successful and the unsuccessful is the level of what? Action. Timothy believes in intensive follow-ups. Timothy believes in intensive follow-ups. When you are in office, last year you see practical action oriented. Whatever I will start, I will make sure that thing will exist. Also, concerning the transportation to permanent campus, Metro must MMT, there is no competition. That's why they will sit in the comfort zones of their offices, then they will come with anything that they want. My administration will make sure there will be competition within the transport system. When there is competition, there will be quality of service. Trust me. I will get the taxi people and the tricycle people on board. Progress is ongoing, and I will do everything to get them on board. Trust me.
Master, don't mind me.
Yes.
Please let me make some clarification for you. I've been in the administration for years, and I know what has been going on. You can't say that they are not competition or they are not lobbying or something like that. The main reasons why there are no other bus company going to support them is the route. That is the issue. So if you want to get buses to go there, fix the route. So if you don't have anything to do with the road, don't say that there are no competition or stuff like that. And Metro Mass is the only bus that agreed to send us there. And then they did that because it's a government company, not private. So please put your records well before you speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master. If there is Master TV, in the absence of any question, during this time.
Leadership for the people.
You know, thank you all for your audience. We are doing the candidates on the whole provinces. That's to say, the local groups candidates, and that's on the whole provincial SRC candidates. We've heard the policies and the views of the candidates. We can so much from how we defend of these minds. You have your soul right, your own saying, based on their policies or motivated. Thank you very much. We'll move on a short break, then we'll come back and continue the federal candidates. A short one. Thank you very much.
But yes, students on students loan trust fund always have an issue registering their courses because there's always a delay in the disbursement of funds. So what do you think? It's not on. Oh my! Oh, it's not on here. It's not like. Okay, I can't really say. That I should ask you a question. And they're not. It's on. Should I just continue So yes, as I was saying, over the years there has been issue with students on student loan trust fund because there's always a delay in the disbursement of funds. So they always have issue with registering their course. So what do you think can be done in your own layman's idea?
Okay, so far, what the executive, the aspirant, let's say the candidate, spoke about, I didn't really hear anyone speaking about things you are going to do to fix that. Because if you are saying they are not able to register because they've not received the money, you'll be writing letters to the VC so that they allow them to write. That is not changing the fact that they are not receiving the money. So I think maybe if they could do something about, maybe let's say, seeing the net loan sometimes, so that they will be a little bit fast with how they give the money out so that they can pay, so that it wouldn't be every time you have to write letters to the VC. It becomes like, oh, every day they see, oh, this guy is coming again. No, if you could make provisions that they will be giving the money on time.
But I think the previous governments have been doing that, but there's still a delay in the disbursements of funds. I don't really know if I doubt if it's the fault of maybe the next president and his other executives, or it has something to do more with the government of Ghana.
From what you said executive, let's say past executives are working on that, and
They have been doing that, but there's still a delay. Yes, there's still a delay.
that is one thing that should be the focus of the new executives. That if you are coming now, and that is the major issue that we have. So meaning you have to make it a point that as you are coming, you are going to solve that, because that is the new thing that we are all looking forward to. So if you are able to achieve that, meaning that's the best that me I'm expecting from them if they can do it. But I don't really have much expectation for them, as I already said.
Of course, if they're able to do it, it will make life for students really easier on campus, because the frustration alone they go through, knowing you haven't paid your school fees yet, the deadline for your course registration is almost near, and then there's little or nothing that can be done about it. I think it will really ease the burden on students on the loan trust fund. Now, let's move to the provincial aspirants, specifically the whole provincial SRC Women's Commissioner. She's in the person of Miss Vivian Apreku. She has really interesting policies, and it's really caught my attention because over the years abuse has been one of the things that have been really dear to my heart, because I had people approach me complaining of abuse, not just from lecturers but also students. And then it's like you report to the appropriate authorities, but then there's little or nothing that can be done about it. Personally, I had someone really close to me who had to drill a course due to some instances, and then to date, and this happened in level 200, and then we obviously reported to the authorities, but then to date, anytime I follow up on that issue, they tell me we are still working on it, so this abuse thing, it has really been dear to my heart. But I think maybe management has to be more action oriented, or I don't know, whatever it is they are doing, but whatever it is they are doing, they actually have to be fast about it, actually speed up the process. Because it's like, excuse me to say, but getting abused on campus, even if you get abused, you don't really want to like come out and say, oh, this and this happened. So what are your views on that?
One thing I have noticed personally is that, okay, let's take it this way. If a student is being abused by a fellow student, you report to a lecturer. If a lecturer abuses a student, you report to, let's say, dean of students. What if the dean of students is harassing you? Whom do you report to?
So you think it's a cycle, it's
How
goes.
the thing goes. Let's take the higher authorities rather abusing you. Whom are you reporting to? It's just like, okay, let's say even if it's not the VC or something, let's say it's not the VC, but let's say dean of students or lecturer. The lecturer is kind of very free with the person you're reporting to. It will be like foolish case. That is it.
But that shouldn't be the key.
And that is what we.
These are human lives we are talking about, and then abuse can go and affect the individual's life in diverse ways.
Me, I wouldn't say everyone is corrupt. That is what I want to say. Like everyone is, because the person you are reporting to, it's kind of biased because the person is the friend. So actions are not really thing. Sometimes they'll be like, oh, I'll just want the person. If I want the person is still doing the same thing. You can't really force the person to stop what the person is doing. So I think it's from the higher rank, because if the person abusing you is kind of free with it, it's just a foolishness. That's why most of the students don't come out to report. Because me, for instance, if I'm abused by someone and I know a person is kind of tight with the VC like this, if I report the case, it wouldn't go anywhere. So you just keep it to yourself. That is what really happens.
And she also made mention of sense of inclusion and then cooperation of different sexes in taking a decision. Do you think females on campus are not like their views or interests are not really sought for before making a decision?
Personally, okay, I've not been in this school for quite long, but for the past experiences that I've had with maybe the executive that we came to meet and the current one, okay, for the first one we came to meet, there was nothing like, oh, we have this program we are discussing with the bar. Let's say this current one that is going to hand over. They had platforms that we had reps from all the classes coming, so that in case you want to organize something, you ask your views. Maybe this is what we want to do. What do you think? How should we do it? What time should we publicize it? Like, how are we moving? So we are just hoping that maybe the new one that is coming also work more on that. Maybe where she got to, she also makes more improvements on that, so that we get it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now moving to the whole provincial president, his and the person of Adjum Kwame Jr. Now he calls himself the Moses of Uhas, and we are obviously looking for it for him to deliver us from suffering. And he made mention of a few policies, and he tackled on provision of street lights on the stretch leading to students hostels. What do you think about that?
Personally, with that promise, me, I personally have issues with it.
Why?
You can't tell me security lights or let's say street lights alone is going to solve the issue of robbery. Because just on this road, when there is street lights very close to the school, a guy was robbed. Like, it wasn't that late. Let's say
But
about
don't you think it's going to help in a way?
okay, it's going to help, but it's not going to solve the actual issue. So if you really want to solve like the problem of robbery, you should get something else to say, not as in street light.
Okay. So now speaking of Sokode, the fare from here to Sokode, it's currently 2 cities, and then because of the nature of our roads, kites or tricycles do not like flying the road. And now he is saying that he's going to create a Sokode Trafalgar station at Sokode. What's your take on that? Do you think that will entice drivers to go there?
Actually, about what he said, I don't see anything new about that, because as it stands now, there is a taxi rank or let's say tricycle rank over there
At Sokode.
somewhere there, because today I came from Pem site and there are tricycles parked over there that it brought me back.
Do they still take 2 cities as a fare?
When I was coming, they took 3 cities
Interesting.
from Sokoto to Trafalgar. Yes, that is 3 cities. So to say you are now going to establish a taxi rank, what I would say is that it's something that is there. But if you talk about maybe doing something so that the drivers will be willing to convey students to the place or then bring them back, maybe then that is something new. But to say you are now establishing a taxi rank, I'll just say it's something that is there.
It could be a form of error. Maybe he didn't really take note of that. Now, to the last is the whole provincial treasurer in the person of Master Sadari Peter. He made mention of putting all expenses made on the UHAS mobile app. But then my question here is, how often do students patronize the UHAS mobile apps? Some students are not even aware that we actually have an app.
So he was trying to say he wants to be very transparent, so that maybe if you are buying a sachet of water, you put the invoice there, everything that they will buy, whatever they will use the money for, so that I doubt that everything will be there. No, like this is politics. So that is what I'm saying. I don't expect much from them, because that is okay. Let's see whether a change will come. But for me,
So do you think you should use another platform other than the UHAS mobile app? Because not all students are aware that we actually have an app.
If he's talking about the US mobile app, me personally, I don't have the US mobile app. So if you really want to make everything transparent, maybe you can communicate that to the course reps. Maybe they'll put it on our pages so that we know, oh, SRC bought this, that, that. But if you say US mobile app, no, I'm not sure we just.
Thank you so much, Nanaja, for joining me. And we have been discussing the various policy of the whole provincial aspirants. We are going for a quick break. Please stay tuned.
For some reasons, SRC Secretary, Master William Kwame Wicks. Let him come to the podium and read his manifesto to the Uhas populace. Good evening to you all. Good evening to you all. My name is William Kwamowitz, and I'm delivering my manifesto. Manifesto being delivered by Master William Kwamowitz, an aspiring Student Representative Council Federal Secretary of the University of Health and Allied Sciences. I believe that being in position of leadership is no privilege, but a mantle to serve humanity. Knowing the position of a secretary well enough, I truly believe that I have the skills, enthusiasm, and dedication to make this role my own and help the SRC to provide the students experience that you deserve. I am a very good orator, a good listener, and I possess very good organizational skills, all of which are qualities that are essential to being an excellent secretary. Most importantly, I have extensive experience needed to occupy this position as I am the current secretary of the SPH Cohort 7 Class Committee. And I have also been the student representative to the Hohoi General Assembly in the 2018-2019 academic year. Hence, I am truly conversant with proceedings to this endeavor. When given the mandate to serve as the secretary, I will diligently deliver on my duties as the secretary to the council by supporting the executives in implementing policy decisions that would ultimately benefit the entire student body. To promote transparency between the SRC and the deserving student body, I will do my best possible to provide the populace with the necessary information on matters arising and to update them on the executive's activities and progress by means of officially issued communiques. This will allow the student body to gain a better understanding of what the SRC is doing for them and hopefully encourage people to get involved with the SRC. I would like to see an SRC that has absolute support from the student body, as there would be no SRC without you. An inclusive SRC is an insurmountable SRC, and should I be elected,
I will put in all my efforts to see more student involvement in the SRC, as it will be a new dawn of continuity in administration that will build upon the feats chalked by the feats chalked by the previous or outgoing administration. I believe I will make a substantial difference to the SRC. My boots have been on the field and my ears to the ground, and I have heard the plight of the students. Hence, we now delve into my policies. My first policy has to do with the dissemination of information in the university. So I propose that the dissemination of university-wide information should be done via short message services, SMS, by utilizing the school Vodafone lines that has been issued to each student of the university. Why do I say this, or why do I bring this forth? This would be prudent because many students' residences are located in areas of poor network, which does not help them access information that is being shared via email or WhatsApp. Examples of such hostels on the whole campus is the Jim Fugger and Alex Day hostels. And on the Hohwe campus, we have the Hostel 1 and 2, as well as the Atabu hostel. You may ask about the mechanics of this implementation. I have identified some companies that are actually experts in this field. We could go to Vodafone Ghana or Bulk SMS Ghana. And among them, we will see the one that will give us the most competitive quotes. We will see the one that will give us the most competitive quotes, and we will now decide. You may ask, why should we use money to let students get information? And I will reply to you, accurate and timely information is invaluable. Hence, my resolve to implement this when I am voted. Secondly, I will be advocating for the implementation of a bi-weekly or monthly review of students' condition on campus. Working with the executive committee, I will let them see the light and the reason behind this. This will be done by utilizing a carefully designed Google form to solicit the challenges that students are facing. This will be a prudent way of getting first-hand information about students' living conditions and other challenges that they may be facing. This may be inaccessible means to campuses, transportation issue, living condition, and this implementation would ensure that the SRC executive board would be aware of the challenges the students are facing and would address it appropriately and timely. In this case, the students will hold the SRC accountable because the SRC executive board will have no excuse when such issues are not being addressed properly. So, for the accountability sake, I would like this to be implemented. Thirdly, when I am voted, I would ensure timely dissemination of vital information to students. I would ensure timely dissemination of vital information to students by fast tracking and reducing and processes of checks of information that has to go out to students. But by doing this, we will still maintain accuracy and standards. My fourth policy will be to facilitate proper and effective communication between the SRC and the student body. This would go a long way to ensure students of the commitment of the executive committee to championing the cause of the students. There are many instances where we have seen that students do not believe that the SRC is working in their favor. And I blame this on a communication gap. But when this communication gap is addressed, students will know what the SRC is doing for them, when they are doing it for them, and why they are doing it for them. As I said earlier, my boots have been on the field and my ears to the ground. And the students are asking for simple but innovative policies. I didn't come here to promise mountains, to move mountains, but with the cries I've heard, keep your policies simple. And this is why I am here. I implore you that when you attend the polls, exercise your franchise in my favor when the time is right. Thank you very much. Long live Uhas, long live the SRC.
Thank you very much, Federal Secretary Candidate, Master William Kwame Wicks. Please, if there are any questions, please kindly raise your hands, even as we invite you to the mic. Any questions from Master Kwame? Please, all candidates are to advise their supporters to minimize the morale, and so you can listen to the manifesto, please. You do not want to see the drastic measures that EC might take against your candidates. So please kindly obey these simple rules. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask the candidates, please let's all keep silent.
Hello, good evening. We understand you are all here to give support to your candidates. We understand that, but do not let your support interfere with someone's manifesto. Do you get it? Your interference may cost that person a vote or not. So please, please, please keep quiet. Let's listen to him. When it gets to your candidate, you can make the noise in a minimal way. Please.
Okay, so like it said, I don't know whether it was because of the noise from the audience, but I hardly heard whatever you said. And the little I heard was about the Google form, students channeling their issues through Google form. I want to ask, sometimes it's difficult for students to even access the internet. And I want to ask, if you're using Google form, what of those that don't have smartphones? What happens to them? And even without, sometimes like you feel lazy because you have to go through network issues, go through a lot of proceedings to get it. So how convincing and how feasible is that approach? Thank you. My also had something to do with the Google form. There've been instances whereby students have been asked to fill their grievances through the Google forms, but then we've not really seen any changes that are being made. So are you just going to add to the data, or you have something that actually is going to work? Thank you.
Please, may you come again? The last part.
My problem is with the Google form. It's something that is already there. There are instances, yes, it's there. I filled several. They ask for the student grievances. They oh, I don't know how to put it. It's like it's maybe they chat. I don't know how to put it. It's not a lie. If you've not filled it, I've filled it before. Like it comes specific something. So they ask you about a specific problem and then you answer. I've filled several. So it is something that is already in the system. And then I've barely seen anything being done to change it. So are you just coming to collect and add up to the data that is already there? Or there's something that actually you are going to do to make a difference? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Uh, Thank you very much for your questions, and I deem it very important, and I'll give it the appropriate answers. Please, the lady who said she couldn't hear me at first, please, can you hear me now? Thank you very much. Okay. So you asked about the Google Forms and how those who do not have the smartphones would fill these Google Forms. I know things happen in school, unfortunate things or unplanned events where maybe someone's laptop is spoiled, the phone is spoiled, you cannot access it. But in this case, we all as students, we will know something that is being done to favor us, something done to favor us. We as students should also embrace it. When you don't have a smartphone or a functioning smartphone, a friend of yours may have. Even if you would not like to use your friend's smartphone, you probably have a laptop or not. So either way, you will still have the chance. It's not set in stone that you should necessarily use what belongs to you to fill the questionnaire or the Google form. I hope I'm convincing. And you asked about how students are being lazy when you ask them to fill Google Forms. But we all students know the thing is in our favor. Why would you feel lazy about something that is going to help you in the long run? If you don't give us the if you don't give the data, how would they make the changes that you are yearning for? And the other sister also spoke about similar thing existing and there's no difference being witnessed. But in this case, I, as an individual, cannot speak to the efforts or the competence, or I cannot speak for previous administration that implemented that. But I can speak for myself, and hopefully, if I'm in the position, I will do well, work with the executive board, and this will be implemented. If this is implemented, I will see to it that all the challenges that are brought forth shall be addressed appropriately. When it cannot be, it will be the feedback will be given to the students because I believe in transparency and communication. Thank you very much. Enyancho.
So, is there any other question? Okay, thank you very much. Master Kwame, we've not discharged you yet. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, you are doing discharge now. Okay, fast forward. We move to the category. Thank you. We move to the category of the federal SRC president. We early on addressed the audience as the Uhas community that due to some reasons we might want to attend to or hear the manifesto of candidates coming from the Hokwe provinces. Yeah, before we attend to the federal. So kindly bear with us. So we move to the presidential candidate category. If we have in our midst Master Aipe Gabriel, please kindly move to the podium. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Master Ipe, please.
Thank you for the morale. I appreciate it.
Okay, so
Thank you.
standing here is like a dream come true. First, I would like to standing here is like a dream come true. First, I would like to thank the Almighty God for bringing me this far to come out of Hawaii campus to run for this position is something. So, on the 9th of September 2019, on a cold evening, I sat in a car from Kaswa, not knowing where I was going, only knowing that I was going to Uhas. At 11:30 p.m., I got to Uhas, Hawaii campus. I surveyed the campus, and the very first thing that came to me is that this is not the school I wanted, so I wasn't going to give my all. But as time progressed, I realized that what God has planted in me, the innate abilities and talent, that should I hide it, should I not deploy it for the benefit of all your students? It's a big cheat to your students. It brings me to the immortal words of John F. Kennedy, a former president of the United States, one who I idolize so much. He says, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And I ask myself, what can I do for you as? And that I availed myself to run for the position of Federal SRC President. Not because it's a nice and lucrative position, but because it's a call of duty to your students and a time to serve them. So, Mr. Chairman, our esteemed EC, our SRC executives, fellow UR students, I bring you warm greetings from the camp of Timaipe and Griffiths and from the campus of Hohoi SPH. I would like to thank God. I would like to thank Almighty God for seeing me through the vetting. I am Gabriel Aipeyeri Akanue, a level 200 health information student of the School of Public Health. And with me here is a champion or 10 Griffiths, PA 200. I remember some time ago when I came out to declare my intentions to run for the federal presidency, someone asked me that, do you think it's a child's play? Do you think the person said, I stand here today to tell you that indeed it's not a child's play, and that it's a call of duty, and I've answered the call to serve you as students. Your interest and your voice is my command. Prior to contesting for this position, in various capacities, Jim Rohn said something that if you can't do great things, you do small things in a great way. And some of the small things I did in a great way helped advance the cause of Ghanaian students, both on US campus and outside US campus. That last year, I led a coalition of university students calling for government to reduce tertiary student fees by 30%. Yes, you can look it up on the net. And then I've been writing petitions and write-ups concerning certain student issues, to keep the SRC on its toe that it has a mandate to serve students. I did this not because it's a nice thing to do, but I believe that we are all involved in building our Uhas, and our Uhas belongs to all of us. My policies, which I term as problem solvers, shall have the following goals: ensure that students have peace of mind to achieve academic excellence, provision of certain amenities to make campus life a pleasant experience, assisting our students in every capacity or way possible, and service to our students with dedication, commitment, and integrity. The following are policies which I call problem solvers for your students. So we'll begin with Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I am a champion of 10 Griffiths, PA 200, and I stand here as a vice presidential aspirant for Mr. Akanue Gabriel for the office of the federal presidency. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Ayipenya-led administration has realized that students go through a lot of stress with their landlords, and also because of this, we are planning that the non-resident student affairs committee
we work with external bodies, and the external body that we have realized is the rent control. And we believe that they will help address the issues that affects the well-being of the non-resident students. I'll give an example of my visit to a home. And when I entered that home of a student of this university, and we sat down, we talked for a while, I realized that I had to use the washroom. And after using the washroom, the landlady said that because the lady has had a visitor who has used the washroom for the first time and that was all, said that the lady has to pay twice the water bill that she is paying. And that has continued up to date. And we believe that if the non-resident student affairs committee, that's under the Uhas Parliament and the SRC, is to work and do its duties, all these things would have been addressed and such issue would have not happened. We will also continue with our policies. Mr. Chairman, we believe that addressing the non-resident student issues will help bring peace and tranquility among students. And we believe that tranquility is the basic requirement for the survival and achieving academic excellence among students of this great university.
Okay. So we move to off-campus security. Not long ago, a friend of mine was robbed, her laptop was taken, her phones were taken. What can we do about that? I met several people, talked to them that, can we do something about it? They told me no. They told me that once students are outside campus, nothing can be done about it. But I believe in this quote by George Bernard Shaw. He says, you see things and ask why. I see things that are not and ask why not. And I've seen that off-campus security is something we can tackle. So I went on a trip, a visit to the Ghana Police Service of Hohoi branch on Hohoi, and I had a conversation with them. And from the conversation, I realized that we can do something about it. So this is what I plan to do. There's the Student and Intelligence Affairs Committee of the SRC Parliament. They will go down to the grounds, carry out a survey, bring back a report. We identify areas where students live. There are certain areas where students are gathered most. The route they use, we give the report to the Ghana Police Service. We add an introductory letter. They will help patrol such areas for us. And it's an assurance I receive from the inspector at that place. And you have students who be, access to past questions is becoming a privilege, which is not supposed to be so. Education is a right, not a privilege. Studies is a right, not a privilege. So there's a student app, and the student app will not serve the purpose of only checking for results or other things. That we are going to add a past questions section on the student app, and it will be in two formats: the PDF file format and what I call a real-time format. You can choose to download the past questions in PDF file format and solve them, or you can log in with your ID, your course, your program you are studying, choose the course you are doing for that semester, and solve the questions. After that, answers come automatically, then grade yourself. So anywhere, anytime, you can study. You ask student life matter. So as a result, we have we will strengthen the initiative of students getting high priority service at hospitals. This will do in connection and in collaboration with hospital authorities, that when you ask students come with your student ID and your national health insurance, or with your student ID, you'll be given high priority treatment. And would also help in the education of the nurses at the hospital that this what is to be done, and when you ask students come, they should be taken care of early. And if there need be, we'll push for a consulting room for US students only, because our lives matter. The next on my policy is the life insurance policy, as I call it. 2 cedis of our SRC dues, that's 2%, will be set aside into a life insurance account. We do not wish ill fortune on anyone, but when you set sail on the sea, storm can happen at any time. You have to be prepared. And that this account will be there to assist students who, in the case of any misfortune or any issue, will be used to assist them to complete their studies in Uhas. Health screenings will be done every semester for all students to identify disease and treat them before they become serious, which I term as the Uhas SRC clinic. And we are not going to bring in personnel from outside. I believe we have medical students, we have nurses, we have health students here. We are going to employ our own people to carry out the health screenings with the supervision of a medical superintendent. I call it the SRC clinic and capacity building of our students. Let the students feel that, yes, they are also contributing something to us. We are all involved in building yours. And I also realized that after the end of semester hustle and battle, after exams, everybody packs, sit in the car, and we go. We'll be introducing end of semester events. It can be parties, it can be anything to help students release stress. Because the semester is very stressful, and it will be good for us to release some stress before we go home. We also push for the establishment of printing press on Sokode campus. I wanted to print something last semester for a program on Sokode campus. I had to come back to Trafalgar to print it and go back. We are going to push to ensure that a printing press is established on Sokode campus. And then for our class reps, they are dear to me because without you, I don't know where the SRC would be. You are the bridge between the SRC and our students on the grounds. And I believe in this mantra for students, for truth, and for progress. So we are going to provide incentive packages for our class reps. It can be in any form to help motivate them to carry out their works effectively. And then we are going to support our associations. There's this Chinese philosopher who has this quote. He says that a leader is effective when his people know he barely exists, and that supporting the associations will help in the work of the SRC. We are going to support them, be it financial, be it in human resources, and that when the associations are strong, the SRC will also be strong. Last but not the least, and I realized that there's this furniture issue on campus. I have to go to class every day and carry a chair to class and sit on. And there was this time I had to perch on this single chair with a friend for a 3-hour class, and it wasn't a pleasant surprise. And I must tell you, I don't remember still what we learned in that class because I was focused on the pain in my waist. And I realized that students do not take furniture out of classes because it's a fashionable thing to do, but because during breaks or during free time, there are no spaces around for them to lodge. So we are going to push for the construction of more lavers benches, more summer huts on campus, both on permanent campus, Trafalgar, Dave, and on Howard campus. When we do this, it will reduce the number at which students take furniture out of the classrooms to sit on. Last but not the least, financial reporting is something that's on my heart. I believe in transparency, probity, and accountability, and that students need to know what happens in the SRC. Students need to know where their money goes, and that at the end of every semester, account will be made that this is what we spent and this is what we use your money for, and that we are going to be open to criticisms because we are leading you, and they say the voice of the people is the voice of God. I say these things not because I can only do them or because they sound sweet or because they are something to win your vote, but because I'm a student just like you, and that I have rights to enjoy these things I mentioned, and that I believe is the duty as SRC to ensure that we all enjoy this right as students. And I also want you to forego your thought about my campus of origin and think about what I bring to the table. They say that good leaders rarely think in terms of boundaries, instead, they think in terms of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to add to what my colleague said, my president to be. I would like to add to what he said by saying that we, the Ayipedian-led administration, believes that UHAS SRC and the UHAS students need an SRC that will gain recognition among students, an SRC that will have its place among students, an SRC that will not be far from reach of students. That's why we are proposing that during every semester we will have an open forum in every school of the university so that students
will get to tell us the problems that they are facing in their school, that we will bring the SRC to the doorstep of every student. And as my boss was saying, he made an emphasis that we are not here to achieve everything by ourselves, but we are going to employ the services of everyone and every student of this university. That's why we quote this man, Andrew Carnegie, who said that no man will make a great leader who wants to do it all by himself or get credit for doing it. That's why we are saying that we need all students on board, all hands on deck, and we will achieve our policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Master Aipe and his team. Master Aipe Gabriel and his team. And that was, thank you very much. To the audience, to the Uhas community, if you haven't gotten a seat, the seats here are for you. You may want to come and sit down and make yourself comfortable, even as you listen to the various manifesto of our eligible candidates. If there are any questions, you may want to lift your hands. We welcome 4 questions for the federal portfolio at a go. So the first 4 people can come for it. First 4 people can come for it for the mic. Earlier on, we said all aspirants, all candidates should sit to our far right, far left here. So, candidates, if you are the place candidate, come and fill these spaces for us, so as the people can have a place to sit. We are doing it for people who want to vote for you. Okay, so please kindly fill this place so as they can also get a place to sit. Thank you very much. The first question.
Hi, Gabriel. Good evening. I must say it takes a lot of courage to aspire for such a position. And my question is quite simple. It has to do with uh, question has to do with apathy. Um, oh, hi, my name is Reginald, the level 500 medical student. Okay, so it has to do with apathy. As you can see, currently, we are going to have elections. US SRC is appointing their leaders, but look at the turnout for students for a classroom as small. Look at the size of the classroom and look at the number of students who are here. Why do you think students are not interested in the activities of the SRC, more so appointing its leaders? And why do you think, and what do you think you can do to improve numbers? That is, you being elected. How can you ensure that students will be more interested in SLC activities? So how do you intend to bridge the gap between leadership and membership? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question is, it's about one of your policies, which I actually like very much. It's about prioritizing students when they go to Trafalgar Hospital to seek medical care.
Or Hohoe Hospital.
Or Hohoe Hospital. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not there, so I don't really know what happens there. With my knowledge in the SRC, I know that they've been pushing it for 4 years now to like students to go there with their ID card and then they will be consulted immediately to the extent that some lecturers who are practitioners there have even tried to push for this agenda, but then we are still not seeing any results. What is it? What is the unique thing that you people have that you think this policy is going to actually work? Thank you.
Any other person? Any other question? No other question. Master Gabriel.
Okay, so thank you for your questions. The first question you asked is something I even think about it every day in and day out. I asked one of the electoral commissioners here that why are students not here that much. Even I see a full house as compared to when we were in the auditorium. It was very sad. It was like he was talking to the air. But then we have to understand the students also. You are selling something to me. What will make me buy it? That is what we have to consider. Why don't students patronize such activities? We have to look at the student interest also. Yesterday, a program was organized in our campus, and the distance from the campus to the program, it's quite far, almost off the Jasican road. And when you get there, to get a taxi back is a problem. You are not expecting students to patronize programs such as this. Bring the student closer to bring the programs closer to the students. Bring the SRC closer to the students. Let them feel they are part of the SRC. If you take them out, they are also going to feel out. If you bring them in, they are going to feel in. I would want to make reference to a historical event that happened. Okay, so when John F. Kennedy was president, he said America will go to the moon, right? And at that time, technology wasn't that advanced. So when you tell people that you go to the moon, people will doubt you. Of course, they went to the moon. And now when America says they want to go to Mars, they believe that they can go to Mars. Let the people believe in us. And that when we keep voting for people, when they come and they don't do anything, I'm not going to come and waste my time and listening to what they have to say, because after all, the mantra of students, they say the same thing and come and do the same thing. We are here to change the narrative. What we say we do, we walk the talk. And we are here to emancipate students through, through the philosophy of dialogue and nonviolence. For students, for truth, for progress. It's time the SRC is for students, by students, and of the students. The question about the hospital. When I asked my father for 200 cities and I don't call him again, he also forget. Okay, I know that he's my father automatically. He's going to remember, but you forget. So I have to continue to mount pressure, mount pressure, mount pressure. Till he asks me that what is your Momo number? And when we come, we are going to mount the same pressure. We are not going to just ask, say, and then relax on our laurels. We are going to put pressure until we see it done, till we rest. You know, the phobians, they never say that. And we are not going to say that until we do it.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, you may come, sir.
Hello, sorry. Honestly, I think you didn't address my question well. I asked you, what do you think is the reason for students not being interested? I think you tried to mention a few of them, but you weren't clear. Then I asked again, what do you intend to do to build the interest of students? Okay, so you could as well state what the problem is. And by stating the problems, what is your detailed approach to every one of those problems to solve them to improve student activity? Thank you.
Master.
Okay, thank you. So I used the program at Uhas yesterday as an example. So when we want to organize a program, we want to get students involved. We are going to do a program where we'll be close to them, where they can access it easily and they would attend, right? And I made mention of people have this apathy towards leadership that they will come, street talkers, enter office and then forget us. So it's time we walk the talk, we talk as leaders. It's time we change the narrative for the people. And my vice here made mention of open forums. We bring the SRC closer to the people. Let them voice their opinion without the parliamentary standing orders. It's a free place. Let them voice their concerns. Let them feel like they are part of the SRC. If we make it looks like they are executives, they are members, and the executives are different, you are not going to get anybody to fully participate in the SRC activities. You see, and this renowned British economist, Dudley CS, he defines development as the development of people and not things. That I believe we will dedicate resources to develop our people, and when we develop the people, they'll know that we care for them. They'll know that the SRC is there for their interests. I'm not there to enrich my CV. I'm there to enrich their academic lives.
Please, is there any other question? Is there any other question, please? Okay, Master Ipe, if the Uhas community has no question for you, we are discharged, sir. Thank you very much. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention? Candidates, we said something earlier. Candidates, we said something earlier. Please, your supporters. Can we have your attention, please? As at this juncture, we are done with the exceptional cases we had. So we are done with those federal candidates from Hawkeye province. So currently we resume our usual format. As in, we will now have our federal, we will now receive manifesto from the federal welcome category. Okay, we'll start from the treasurer, federal treasurer. Hello, please. So as I was saying, we'll continue from the federal treasurer, then we move to the category of the federal secretary, then finally to the federal presidential candidates. So to start with, we have Madam Gertrude Banini in the category of federal treasurer to read her manifesto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Manifesto of Honorable Gertrude Banini. Federal SRC Treasurer candidate. The chairperson, fellow students, and all protocols duly observed. Greetings to everyone. My name is Honorable Gertrude Banini, a third-year student of the School of Nursing and Midwifery. I present to you on this August Day my manifesto as a federal SRC Treasurer candidate. I want to use this opportunity to acknowledge the current federal SRC Treasurer, Honorable Aboa Boahima, for her applaudable work done in this current tenure, of which I, when given the privilege, will see to its improvement, sustainability, and progress. To the current federal treasurer and the other SRC executives, I say Aiko. As Warren Buffett said, intelligence and energy without integrity will be a very dangerous tool in any firm that want to see growth over the period. There is no difference in the case of our SRC. Hence, with lessons derived and resolutions drawn from our current SRC government and leaders from this society of ours, I seek to serve you, my fellow students, with integrity, loyalty, and transparency. With your trial being my priority, I present to you my policies. My policies are as follows. Financial capacity building. There will be seminars on financial management, spending and investment for UR students on campus, which will serve as an avenue for their capacity building. My vision for the students of UHAS is not only to be equipped with knowledge and experience in health, but also be a master of the financial aspects of their lives. Accountability and transparency. Accountability to students on how dues are spent in running the SRC administration. I will inform students about all projects in progress, revenue generated, total money in the SRC coffers, and projects to be undertaken. This will be done through student emails, the US-based TV, and notice boards. Transparency. I will ensure that there's extreme check. Make sure that monies are used beneficially in the interest of students, but not in the interest of the SRC executives. I'll put together provincial treasurers and financial secretaries of the various associations and encourage them to be sending newsletters on the association's expenditure to ensure transparency of the accounts. Income generation. The SRC will acquire more assets, that's souvenirs, such as SRC customized scraps, breast watches, and other medical apparels to generate more income for the SRC. We would ensure external funding. We will seek external funding and sponsorship to support SRC projects through innovative ways such as inviting investors to promote their companies and organizations during SRC programs. We would also acknowledge potential sponsors on SRC flyers and letterheads. Efforts will be made to start promoting UHAS and UHAS SRC on social media pages. The scholarship scheme. I'll liaise with the scholarship committee chairperson to improve upon the current SRC scholarship initiative scheme. I'll liaise with the academic affairs committee and local news to lobby for scholarship for US students. We pay dues to the US SRC each academic year. Your dues should be accounted for. Your dues should be put to use in the interest of the average student. John F. Kennedy said, "To whom much is given, much is expected." I, Gertrude Banini, I say, give me a firm stand and I'll stabilize the finance of the SRC. Long live the SRC. Long live UHAS. Long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Banini. Now to the US community, please, is there any question for Madam Banini? Any question? Media, please, is there any question from of
Thank you very much.
Hello, madam. Please, we've not discharged you yet. Your actually one of your policies did say that you make sure the SLC patronizes scraps. Well, you know, it's not all students that can benefit from scrap because some don't use. Are you not being partial when it comes to the interest of the student, the whole student body?
Okay. Thank you for the question. You said, come again.
It's like you said, you will help.
Yes.
One of your policies is to help the SSC raise funds.
Yes.
Actually customize scraps for the student body to purchase. In that, it will help the SLC to raise funds.
Yes.
I believe this initiative of yours is also to help the student body with the stress of looking for scraps and other
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, please.
So saying that or asking you, don't you think this policy of yours is being partial? As in students who do not use scrap, are they not being disadvantaged here? Why not something that everybody can benefit from?
All right. Thank you very much. I said the SRC will acquire
more assets, that's souvenirs, such as, I didn't say just scraps, breast watches, and other medical apparels. We have goggles, we have stethoscopes, and we have other apparels that I just listed a few here. That's why I said other medical apparels that every student will be needing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Okay. If there's no other question from the Uhas community, Madam Panini, you are discharged. The Uhas community. Good evening. Um, Thank you for the opportunity. Manifesto written and read by Akabwa Patrick Evans, Federal SRC Secretary Candidate of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, who, on the 13th of July 2021, at the Trafalgar campus, C03 to be specific. Mr. Chairman, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Electoral Commissioner, distinguished SRC executives, colleague candidates, fellow students, all protocols observed. Akaba Patrick Evans Kufi is my name, a level 300 student of this noble institution, reading Bachelor of Science in Nursing. I am a dedicated and responsible individual, aspiring to become a competent, seasoned and tenured leader as well as a healthcare professional. In the field of nursing, we have come to such a memorable time of our students' life, and I am here today as part of the SRC constitutional requirements to outlay before you the reasons why you should elect me as your next Federal SRC Secretary for the 2021-2022 academic year. Mr. Chairman, I want to acknowledge the memory and legacy of our predecessors, those who endured the most difficult times, the beginning of an era that has grown to become what we have today. To those who took the bold decision to lead their colleagues at such harrowing moments between senior members and students, I salute you. Today, I stand before you as a humble servant and a colleague who has gone through the pains you feel, a friend who shares your dream, and a leader who is ready to lead the moment for change. The job of a secretary does not only end on minutes writing and dissemination of information. It involves working with other executives as a team to the upliftment and benefits of the organization. It is for this cause I have enumerated a number of policy agenda that will refine our communication and create a confident environment where students are empowered with information for decision making. Below are my policies. To make quality use of social media platforms, student emails, bulk SMS distribution, and securing a telephone hotline for effective communication. It is obvious that there is an apathy and a conspicuous level of mistrust
between students and student leadership, especially the SRC. This is as a result of communication gap between the SRC and the students. For communication to be effective, there must be a feedback, and it is for this reason I plan to hoist a suggestion box in front of the SRC office, initiate plans on acquiring a telephone hotline for SRC, and implement a bulk messaging platform where prompt information can be sent to students, and students can also reach out to the SRC. The SRC then will be able to track happenings and moods and interests of the student's body. This will help heal the wounds of indifference and apathy, which has plagued the heart of our environment. Policy number 2, developing a website for the Uhas SRC by working through the appropriate channels, which will help project the Uhas SRC to the outside world. One of the many problems the internet has addressed in our generation is information gap and inaccessibility. I shall, through the appropriate channels, ensure the SRC becomes the sole owner of its website, and the website is fully operational, functional, and made accessible to all students. It will serve as a common ground for which students can update themselves on happenings in the SRC and campus in general. It will also open our SRC to the external world, where new partnerships, sponsorship, and exchange programs can be birthed, fostered, and strengthened. This will not only enrich professional training, but it will also widen our horizons of student engagement and knowledge in the chosen field of study. Journals and articles created by our colleagues can be published on the website as well. Policy number 3, renovating and putting into good use available notice boards, which will bring about ease in the dissemination of information. It's unfortunate that the main source of our information dissemination is solely through the use of WhatsApp platforms, leaving the notice boards of the SRC in a deplorable state. I intend to renovate and put into good use the notice boards on both campuses of the school, which will benefit our colleagues without smartphones. Monthly updates on the SRC on current affairs with respect to business pertaining to the SRC, particularly will as well be posted there to keep students in the known and well engaged in the involvement of the SRC. Information is power, and everyone has the right to know what the SRC is up to. This will go a long way to make students feel part of the SRC. I will also organize and bring about effective as well as beneficial symposia, seminars, and conferences to help prepare every student of yours for the job market. In addition, I will advocate for the refurbishment of lecture halls, especially repairs of projectors, air conditioners, and sound systems, to create a conducive atmosphere for learning. Not forgetting one most important duty of the secretary, to partake in the administration by taking detailed minutes during executive meeting and as well seeing to the welfare of your students in general. Mr. Chairman, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Electoral Commissioner, distinguished SRC executives, colleague candidates, fellow students, all protocols observed. At this juncture, I call on you all to affirm your faith in me by massively voting for me to become your next SRC secretary. Everything in my journey so far has prepared me towards this moment. I have proven my competence throughout my life of leadership. Together, we can redefine the next phase of our SRC. I therefore call on you all to eschew every attitude of indifference and craft our own destiny as students of this university. I assure you, friends, I will not renege on my promise to you. A commitment to make sure your voice, my voice, and our voice are the fulcrum upon which the future of this institution is decided. The service is beyond writing, and it will always be beyond writing. Long live Uhas SRC, long live Uhas, long live Ghana. Thank you all. God bless
Thank you very much, Madam. Sorry. Thank you very much, Master Kabwa. To the community, is there any question? Is there any question? Hello, hello. Please, if you do not have any question, please keep quiet. Let's look at the other students who may have question. Shouting no question does not approve or give any points to your candidate. Please. And I'll implore all students, please have questions. Ask them questions. Ask them questions. This is the opportunity. This is your chance to ask them questions. This is your chance to put their politics to test. Thank you very much. Please, is there any question, please? Thank you very much. Master Kaboya discharge. Good people of Uhas, please, you may want to take your phone and kindly support the Uhas media. That's Uhas based TV. Go to YouTube, search Uhas based TV, and subscribe to the Uhas based TV just to help the entire Uhas community. All too soon, we are through with all other categories. The only category left to finish up with is the presidential category, SRC Federal presidential category. And it's going to unfold as this. Hello. Before we start the manifesto reading of the federal presidential candidates, I know most of you here are here to listen, make noise, and shout, support your candidates. However, like I said earlier, these candidates are the ones vying to lead SRC, the UHAS SRC, in the next academic year. So please, when they take the podium to start reading their policies, let's give them the chance to please spell out their policies one after the other. After that, we can give you the option, or we can give you the chance to ask any question that you have. Any question that you have, please. When they take the podium, let's be as quiet as we can be to give them the chance to spell out their policies to us and explain their policies to us. Thank you very much. Due to the numerous candidates that we have aspiring or for the presidential federal presidents or the federal presidential portfolio, we have earlier on balloted, okay, and we have the result as follows. So, as to who will read the manifesto first in this category, it was based on the so it is not on any bias basis. Thank you. So the first to do that was or is Mr. Aike A. Gabriel, and he has done that already, followed by Mr. Rudolph Sedem Amuji, followed by Mr. Isaku Moro, followed by Mr. Nuaku Elijah, and followed by Mr. Esubontin Manuel. Thank you very much. So if we have Mr. Rudolph Sedem Amuji in our midst, let's welcome him to the podium, even as he reads his manifesto to the whole Uhas community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I dedicate this manifesto reading to my sick mom who has been in the hospital for 3 months now, and she's watching me right now in a hospital bed. And I would like to wish her a speedy recovery as well. I also like to apologize for my voice not being here. We all know the SRC week celebration is still ongoing, and tomorrow is sports. And he's also the sports committee chairperson for the SRC, and he has been delegated on an official assignment to get things in place for the sports on Hohwe campus, whilst his vice does that for whole campus. So I'll proceed with my manifesto reading. And manifesto debated by Mr. Rudolph Sunny Days Keklekbe Koku Amuji said them. At the Trafalgar Auditorium, Campus C03, on the 15th of July 2021, as the Federal SRC presidential candidate. The chairperson, fellow aspirants, my people from the press, noble members of the House, and with all protocols observed, I bring the warmest greetings from the camp of Team Sunny Days, the Federal SRC presidential candidate. It's my commission to take our noble institution to a new era, filled with hope and unity, in focus for all students. I look forward to securing a challenging and rewarding position where skills and knowledge and experiences can be transferred across, utilized to the best effect for the benefit of our school, which will impact positively and embrace creativity in the spirit of teamwork. It is our turn around the history of this noble institution to make UHAS a more convenient and resourceful environment for all students. Our focus to make UHAS an icon of tertiary education. We shall by all means meet the need and wants of all students. This is why our manifesto is titled the Students' Manifesto, the right way to change and development. Our manifesto today has a lot of achievable and realistic policies because of our dedication to making UHAS a better place for all. 90% of our policies are results from a research conducted from a period of 3 years, since 2018 to 2021. This research was centered on finding the most dying needs of students, ranging from school fees, accommodation, academics, transport, security, entertainment, and sports. Our mission as a team, sports and entertainment. Our mission as a team is to make and lead the path to a better, brighter, bona fide, and a more student-centered SRC with endless positive possibilities, which promotes personal and institutional development and improves the quality of students' life in UHAS. Our vision is to serve selflessly as leaders to promote unflinching solidarity and improve upon the quality of students' life on campus. The Better UHAS Agenda. The Better UHAS Agenda is a concept to instigate a more formidable picture of the roles the UHAS SRC plays in the lives of students. This agenda is in line with the spirit of the UHAS SRC Constitution, which is determined to give vision and focus to the student movement in general and university students in particular, with a view of improving upon the quality of students' life through trusted student-centered leadership, innovation, integrity, progress, and the promotion of personal and institutional development with endless possibilities. Mr. Chairman, to begin our policy has to do with hostel accommodation. When we come into office, we shall ensure the fumigation of all hostels on campus before the beginning of every semester. This is aimed at reducing the population of students in our hostels. We shall also work with management to provide more tables and chairs in the hostels. The problem of students falling asleep while studying in their beds will be a thing of the past. We shall also work with the estate department to provide ladders benches in all hostels on campus. This will serve as a place to host visitors in hostels. We shall also provide deep freezers in all hostels on campus. This is aimed at reducing the cost of utility and provide alternative means of students preserving their foods in their halls. We shall also provide pigeonholes for all students on campus. Yes, pigeonholes. We have a hostel system where keys are kept in boxes, and we don't have a place where we hang our keys in the porter's lodge. So anyone can just go there and pick a key, and it has led to a lot of test cases in our hostels. So by the provision of pigeonholes, the key system will be improved. Mr. Chairman, we will also ensure the extension of the existing hostel prepaid purchasing structure, which I developed as hostel president for DFIAT to other hostels. The prepaid purchasing structure mitigates and eliminates the occurrences or incidents of students sleeping in darkness for days in your hostels. This prepaid purchasing structure will prevent students from staying in darkness. The issue of students spending days without electricity, especially during examination week, would be no more. We shall also rename and restructure our hostel systems on both campuses, where every hostel shall have a properly elected hostel president, secretary, treasurer, and women's commissioner. This will go a long way in improving upon the quality of life in the hostel and also ensure the judicious use and purposeful use of our hostel dues to improve the quality of lives in our hostels. Hostel executives will be empowered to come up with creative and impactful ways of improving upon the quality of students' life in the hostels. Under security in our hostels, we shall collaborate with the estate unit and the security unit to ensure that every security man posted to the hostel is equipped with communication devices, baton, handcuffs, pepper spray, and a heavy duty torchlight. This is meant to equip our security men. How can you protect students' lives and properties if you yourself, as a security man, cannot protect yourself? This special policy for security goes to students in SBBS hostel. We shall ensure that an armed security man is present at SBBS hostel since they are isolated in the bush. Excuse me to say. Currently, we have police officials on SBBS hostel. We can work with the police unit that has been dedicated to protecting our campus to ensure that one personnel is always mounted at SBBS hostel. In our administrative policies, we shall open up the leadership of the SRC to excellent and promising leaders who will be instrumental in running the affairs of the SRC. And in this, we shall also set up a rigid vetting committee to see about these leaders, as we deserve the best among the best. The SRC under my administration would have more female leaders to steer its affairs. This will change the dynamics of the SRC leadership and also give the SRC a more formidable touch and more feminine touch as well. Also, female students will find it easier in approaching female leaders with regards to certain female issues. We shall collectively work with the Office of the Neutral Youths and appropriate officers in obtaining legal documents such as passports, TIN numbers, birth certificates, health insurance, EC switch, and so forth. Under academics, As SRC president, we shall advocate for the extension of our closing hours of our school libraries. The 24-hour library system will be proposed to management, where the shift system will be developed, where librarians can run shifts morning, afternoon, and evenings to ensure that our libraries are opened 24/7, especially during examination and revision weeks. We shall also distribute HDMI cables to all course reps at the beginning of every academic year. The situation of lecturers wasting most parts of their lectures looking for HDMI cables would be no more. Via a stakeholders meeting, we would also propose the extension of the examination timetable from 14 days to 18 days. This policy seeks to address the issue of students writing papers consecutively. There will be a free day between every paper. This policy will be reviewed in consultation with the student body through a referendum. We shall also liaise with academic affairs to ensure that the final examination timetable comes out 21 days before the start of the first paper. This policy is aimed at helping students prepare adequately for the end of semester examinations through the provision of an early final timetable. Same under academics, the SRC shall take up the initiative of registering receipt papers for students. Students will not have to travel all the way from home, come to home only to register a receipt paper and go back. The SRC shall take up that mantle for students under the Academic Affairs Committee to ensure that students who cannot make it on campus have their receipt papers registered for them. Mr. Chairman, under my health policy, we shall provide first aid boxes in all school offices and vantage points on campus. We shall also organize periodic practical first aid training and retraining of all students, which seeks to equip all students with readily physical, practical information and skills on basic first aid procedures. We shall introduce the NHIS policy, where we shall have subsidized NHIS cards and renewal for all students. This policy is aimed at ensuring that every student in the university is always covered under the NHIS scheme. Never in the history of Uhas should our students die because of NHIS or hospital cards. Under sanitation, Mr. Chairman, we work with management to ensure that waste from all hostels are collected on time. This will promote sanitation and prevent the breed of mosquitoes in the hostels. We shall also advocate for the equipment of dustbins in the hostel compounds to promote hygiene and prevent the overflow of waste from Zoom Lion when Zoom Lion doesn't come for our waste on time. Mr. Chairman, under school fees and welfare, we shall liaise with the Office of the Dean of Students and the ProVC to see how best our school fees can be released at least 31 days before the reopening date of the next academic year. This will ensure that all stakeholders make adequate preparation on gathering resources for the early payments of fees. This will be done through a series of stakeholder meetings with management. Mr. Chairman, we shall have a stakeholder meeting to develop a plan for payments of fees. The 50-50 negotiation plan will be proposed to management, where 50% of our fees will be paid in the first semester so that students will be allowed to register their courses. The SRC, under my administration, will set up a student welfare account dedicated to student welfare. A percentage of the SRC dues will be dedicated to that account everywhere. We'll also put resources from students and any available. Hello. I would like to say this. Please, good evening once again. Please be asking questions. All right, that is the main reason why we have audience. Ask questions. I heard the previous one who came, you didn't ask any questions. Please ask questions. Please ask questions. Ask him questions. Aha. Because I'm sure most of the things he's saying, you are not. I mean, you don't reason with him. Ask questions. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, EC.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Please, the honorable man who just spoke is our chairperson, the Electoral Commission chairperson, Honorable Hubert Gatti. Thank you very much. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. The SRC under my administration would also pool resources from students and available sponsors to assist students who lose their parents or sponsors in school. The SRC shall delegate at least one member of the SRC parliament and two students serving under any of the SRC committees who attend the funeral of any student who loses a close relative, should unfortunate happen. It's about time that the SRC creates that solidarity between students. The SRC under my administration shall empower all hostels on both campuses to celebrate their holiday celebration every academic year. We shall also organize Lovers Night, Friendship Nights, and cinema shows at the end of every semester in the Trafalgar Auditorium and Binka Hall. There is always a lot to do and see in the Volta region. The SRC will also organize excursions and trips to selected places in the Volta region. Under sports, we shall also procure table tennis for the SRC, which shall also generate funds when rented. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body. To encourage sporting activities on campus and basic fitness, we shall also organize jogging every 2 weeks. This policy seeks to encourage and promote a healthy lifestyle among students and also help them adapt to keeping a physically active body. We shall also make sports more attractive on campus. The SRC shall provide proper incentives for sportsmen and women, scholarship and sponsorship opportunities, and souvenirs will be made available to all sportsmen and women. We shall also work with the sports units in organizing specialized training sections and a series of frequent sports activities throughout the semester, specifically to keep our sportsmen fit and active, to train and retrain our sportsmen and women for GUSA games. Mr. Chairman, under transportation, we shall collaborate and liaise with management and other available transport companies such as Ayarolo to provide better transport services for our students. We shall also transport students to and from various districts and regions at the end of every semester and the beginning of every semester at subsidized rates. This policy is aimed at providing a safer and cheaper means of transporting students from whole campus to some selected regions after vacation and before reopening. Mr. Chairman, we all know the plight of our fellow Sandwich students. Therefore, the needed for the following measures is going to be strictly implemented to resolve all necessary predicaments facing the Sandwich fraternity. We shall, with care, negotiation, and consultation, bridge the gap between the SRC and the Sandwich fraternity through frequent meetings and engagements with the Sandwich students. This will foster relations between the sandwich students and the SRC. It is about time both entities became one. Mr. Chairman, we shall also advocate for the provision of an option of students choosing to stay in hostels or off campus. For first year students or access students should not be forced to stay in the hostels. They should they should be able to choose if they can stay in hostels or not. Mr. Chairman, we shall also establish parliamentary approval officers for provincial representative of the sandwich students on the SRC. Sandwich students will be made to elect at least three provincial executives. That's the president, secretary, and treasurer. This will allow a greater representation of sandwich students on the SRC and also the school fee moderation board for the sandwich students. Under IT and human capacity development, we shall task the IT committee to work with the IT department resolving simple issues such student fees when it comes to IT. This shall include troubleshooting of computers and updating of their softwares. We shall redevelop and reinstate an upgraded version and modified version of the Uhas mobile app introduced by the past administration. This will promote ease of access when it comes to information and easy access to the students portal. Admission letters issued to students will be made available and printable from the students portal. Students will not have to stress searching for admission letters when applying for scholarships and any other thing which demands such documents. Mr. Chairman, we shall effectively organize capacity building projects to equip students with skills which will be beneficial to us later in life. Such capacity building projects include language classes, basic graphic design classes, website designs, soap making, perfume making, social media management, and makeup sessions. I shall facilitate an online course which should broaden the knowledge of students in other areas and also help enrich their CVs. We shall also organize occasional talk shows where renowned prominent and successful persons are invited to give motivational talks. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, under charity and volunteerism, for the first time in Uhas under my watch, if elected, we shall effectively engage corporate bodies, NGOs, charity organizations such as Harlem GH on Hawkeye campus, and government agencies to equip important organizations and other important organizations to render charity services to our students. Mr. Chairman, finally, under economics and accountability, as a fine as the famous edge says, an accountable person is a accountable leader. Mr. Chairman, fellow students, I shall by all means in all ways give value and accountability to money and all other resources of the SRC. Mr. Chairman, under my administration, the SRC will make available any audited monthly financial report on its income and expenditure. This will help improve transparency and close up the financial trust gap between students and the SRC. My administration will also ensure proper record keeping practice, where every committee head and executive officer and members of the GE shall provide a written report on this activity every semester. Mr. Chairman, I will also introduce an SRC owned mobile money service in all hostels and all campuses. This will serve as a means of internally generating funds for students and also provide easy access to digital cash on campus. We shall also create a US entrepreneurship hub, which will serve as a platform for students and entrepreneurs to make their goods and services known to students. Your house shall glow, it will shine, it will experience sweet development, it will change for the better. Join me sunny days and prosper. Let's achieve a better your house agenda. God bless you. God bless you as SRC. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph Sedem Amuje. Now to the Uhas community. Media, please, do we have some questions from online? Okay, now to the house here. Please, if you have a question, let me see my hand. The first three people can come and ask their question. The first three.
Good evening. Please, I'm Millicent, a level 100 nursing student. I'm Millicent, a level 100 nursing student. Master Sunny Days. Please, while reading your manifesto, you made mention of you and your team being on this journey for 3 years. I'm oblivious of your achievements. Can you please boldly spell out some of your achievements so what the students value? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Uh, Good evening. Hello. Yes. So I did hear your manifesto, Mr. Sunny Days. And I must say, everybody in the US community has heard some form of campaign promises from previous SRC presidents. Some of them they end up doing, some of them they don't do at all. So I have a very brief question, and I would like us to look back. First of all, if you are going to score out of 10 the performance of the previous administration, what score would you give them? And the reason I'm asking this is I want you to mention certain policies because I didn't see any in your manifesto that, oh, the previous administration has done this. I would like to sustain it. It's commendable. We'll move it on. I didn't hear anything like that. So, what strides they have achieved that you think are worthy of commendation? So they are positives that you like to maintain, and where you think they could have done a better job. So they are the good and the bad. And I did hear you mention something about establishing a mobile money at every hostel. Per what I know from parliamentary systems, the SRC has a Momo Pay account. So why not decentralize the Momo Pay so we can all use the same code and move it there? So it's either we are not aware that there's a Momo Pay or you know, but probably there's a reason you want to create another. So thank you.
Is there a third person coming or please ask your third question?
Okay, thanks. My name is Mr. Levels, Medlab level 300. I must commend his dressing. I like his dressing. And then when you started talking, we were talking about hostel. And I was waiting for you to mention one thing that is very key to my heart. Because I've been to one of the hostels, that's the new Trafalgar hostel for the medical block. You see, that hostel is facing that's the hostel that's been the highest hostel dues and then the hostel fee as well. So I was thinking maybe you talk about how they are paying prepaid by themselves and the system of their prepaid. Do you get it? Because the students have to buy prepaid for themselves and then a whole lot, which is costing a whole lot for the students. You have to transport themselves and everything. So please, I was waiting for you to talk about. I don't know if you have plans since you have interest in hostels things. Okay, thank you.
Rudolph, you may want to attempt these questions from these three people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first question has to do with me being
Audience, please, can we have some silence, please?
The first question has to do with me being in the university and as a leader for 3 years, and what have I been able to achieve in this university. I once had the privilege of being a hostel president, and during my administration there, I was able to advocate for the drilling of a borehole in my hostel to solve the water issues in the Fias hostel. I was also able to reconstruct a reservoir behind my hostel, provide lavish benches for the hostel to host visitors, provide 5 boards in the study rooms for group studies in my hostel, also advocate for the reconstruction of the road leading to my hostel, and also provision of street lights to the road leading to my hostels. I was also able to purchase a football, volleyball, ubare, ludo, and game pass for indoor games for my hostel. I also set up a prayer and worship committee which seeks for the spiritual welfare of students in the hostel. I was also able to develop a prepaid purchasing structure, which I intend extending to other hostels. The prepaid purchasing structure is a graph, it's a simple graph, which is plotted the days, in the month, and then the amount of prepaid that is bought. As time goes on, the prepaid will reduce, and then we draw a red line, a blue line, a black line. So every line indicates or informs whoever is holding the graph to inform administration that the prepaid is getting finished and they should buy before it gets finished. That's basically what it is. I also fenced my hostel through series of advocacies with barbed wires to provide security for my hostel and provided a landline telephone for my porter's lodge. So I've been able to achieve a lot for my hostel as well. The next question has to do with mobile money services. Am I right? Yes, the SRC has a Momo account. Okay, that's for Momo Pay. What we intend doing is to extend the mobile money service itself, where students can withdraw and deposit money in the hostel and then on campus. We want to make it easy for them to access digital cash and also serve as a means of generating funds for the SRC. Are you okay, please? And yes, Mr. Levels, you mentioned about. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Honestly, I'll rate this administration a 7, yes, out of 10. Okay. In my personal opinion, out of 10. So this administration, I'm able to introduce a Momo service, which is a more accountable means of receiving money from students. And they are also in the pipeline of purchasing a coastal bus for the students. Surprisingly, they may not directly benefit. The next administration will benefit. But in that, for me, I feel the means the bus is being purchased can be done better. In the sense that accounts can be set up where monies will be deposited every semester. Okay. And it would accumulate over time, and we can use that money to buy the bus. Now, with the loan we are taking, I feel the interest, is, even though it's okay, but to put pressure on the next administration. Okay. And the SRC has introduced a new thing as well with regards to the WOCOM, where the Miss Uhas, perhaps the first, second, would have a trip to Dubai and Kenya. I'm not sure. Yes. So those are some few things I know the SRC administration is working on. Okay. And with the issue of the prepaid at medical block A and B, it's actually in the manifesto, in my policy documents, but I haven't read it out. Moreover, I've written a petition to the Pro VC, which I did at the beginning of this semester, where we had about 200 students signing a petition to the Pro VC in that regard. And Estate is working on it to ensure that the prepaid meters are changed, first of all, from commercial meters to residential meters. And per the inquiries I made, management has a policy that the medical block A and B, if you want to stay there, you would purchase your own prepaid. It's a policy management has given to the hostel. What we can do is have a series of negotiations with them to advocate that that policy be taken off. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Okay. Any other question? Thank you very much. Good evening. All right, my name is Paramount, level 200 use control from School of Public Health. Ahoy. Yes, please, I'm Paramount. So, Mr. Sanide, I know we had some issues about money embezzling and where the federal treasurer published a letter to the whole school. And in a week time, the president himself also sent a reply to that. To me, if it is true, it is not good. If it is not true, to that shouldn't be the right way. As our incoming president, or if given a nod, what are you going to do to keep those issues of and unfavorable allegations of money laundering, so that to protect the coffers of the SRC and be able to persuade the administration that we are trustworthy and our money, their money, is safe?
Thank you very much, Mr. Paramount. In every administration, transparency is very key. In all affairs of the administrations, the executives must be transparent in their proceedings. Okay. Everybody has a role to play in the administration. Okay. And if the treasurer sees any flunks, the best issue is to bring it out at the executive level for them to discuss it if it comes to parliament. Okay. But to send letters across, it doesn't speak well of the SRC. In as much as students need to know what's going on. Okay, so as president, first of all, we'll be transparent with all our proceedings with the students and make sure everything is accounted for. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, any other question? Anyone with any question? Thank you very much. With no other question from the Uhas Society, thank you very much, Master Rudolph Sedek. So we will go to the next candidate, who is in the person of Master Moro Isaac, to present with us his manifesto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our student current executive leaders, fellow students, good evening. I am Isa Kumoro, a level 300 MBMB student. I hail from Dambai in the Oti region, which is currently the Oti regional capital. First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his continuous mercy and blessing, and to the current leadership for appointing a strong and resolute EC who put up an unshakable vetting committee that never served the students of Uhas in any way that is inimical to the SRC. This committee has never failed Uhas. They made sure that they brought out the best out of each and every one of us. And I am grateful for them for giving me this opportunity to be here. To them, I say Aiko. As a born and bred Muslim and a school Catholic, I have strong beliefs and values, deeply rooted in hymns and rituals, and this I believe are the foundations of true faith. And therefore, the slogans and mantras that we chant must mean something, because our faith is as strong as those slogans, mantras, or tongues we chant or speak. To this effect, let me say categorically that the power of a ritual is not in its movement, but in the state of mind that results from it. The mantra of Uhas SRC is acta non verba. This is what the SRC is, and this is what it must be. The moral-led acta non verba SRC is rooted and prefixed on the following core leadership values: accountability, transparency, inclusion, accessibility, responsive, responsible, sensitive, and proactive leadership. Yeah. The SRC is not a formality, it's our lives, our future. We must live it. I captioned this manifesto, thus make the SRC great again. To begin with, the student populace have carried along over the course of, should I say, 3 years that I've been here, sentiments, pain, anguish, despair on certain programs, among which the popular is VT. As the leader of the SRC come next academic year, I will strongly advocate for the re-examination and resolution of the current VT model to reduce costs and refund of field trip charges. This, I believe, will bring finality and bring peace and harmony in the minds of all students. One of the things that we'll be championing is the stabilization of bus fares by renegotiating the current Metro Mass contract to stabilize the current fare schedule for at least 2 academic years. We know as private entities, even though Metro Mass is a government or a state-owned institution or company, Year in, year out, they are liable to increasing their fares. And we students do not have the financial muscle to foot those fares. One of the things we'll be doing with regards to transport is stopping overloading and parking, popularly known as sardinization. We would advocate and pursue a policy of Uhas own transport system by progressively engaging management to acquire at least a 60-seater bus every academic year to eliminate private transport contracts in the near future. Per our calculation, each student spends close to 700 cedis with a current bus fare. Close to 700 cedis. And given even half of this, I believe that the university could provide a robust, reliable, convenient, and affordable transport system. I would like to take you to the land by which you and I are settled in Uhas. That is academics. This is at the core of our mission as students. The moral-led SRC would advocate for a change of the current vocational training model as I stated earlier. The current model, from time immemorial, has always presented students and management with a lot of challenges with regards to costs and provision of various elements of the VT. The various elements are as follows: transportation, accommodation, and feeding, for which there has always been shortfalls. Some health facilities also demand some charges and materials such as soap from students, which they find very unreasonable and exploitative. Upon soliciting the views of students back in 17th January when I embarked on this mission, over 90% of them expressed their woes and suggested a return to the internship model as practiced by almost every tertiary institution in Ghana, where each student chooses a proximal and convenient health facility to which they can be given introductory letters for acceptance. Mr. Chairman, we find this alternative very laudable since there is a health facility in almost every corner in Ghana, including my village, Dambai. And we will immediately take action to see to it that this is adopted. As part of the TMT, that's the Moral Team's policy, to rehabilitate the Trafalgar Auditorium within 4 weeks of our assumption of office. It is no secret that we have very limited time. And so at the end of the day, it is prudent and important that we put timeline targets to whatever that we are set out to do. The current state of the Trafalgar Auditorium, i.e. breakdown of AC, is resulting in extreme heat build-up, especially during combined lecture sessions. It's a threat to teaching, learning, and the general health of students. We know a lot of hymns have been sung about these challenges, with little, if any, or no action seen at all. This is long overdue, and the moral-led SRC will go all length to ensure that this is fixed within first 4 weeks, as I've stated. In addition to fixing the auditorium, we will ensure that mobile and hands-free audio and sound teaching aids are installed for all auditoriums to enhance teaching and learning. We would establish an SRC office at PEMSite. This will ensure accessibility to leadership by all students everywhere they are. This office will provide a functional printing and stationery service and serve as a complaint center for all students who might face any challenge of a sort whilst on campus. Access to printing services at PEMSI campus has been on the table of almost every leadership we have seen, and even though this is nowhere a novelty, its birth cannot be delayed any further. We will fix this within the first 4 weeks of our administration. We would advocate and press on and impress management to replicate what has been done in the pharmacy block as we have it today at PEMSide, thus fixing ACs in all lecture halls at PEMSide and SPH lecture halls. Following the construction of the pharmacy block as indicated at PEMSide, which most students from other programs are not allowed to use, there has been a public outcry among the student populace about equality in this university. These discerning voices cannot be ignored, and my leadership would advocate and mount pressure if necessary to ensure that every student sits through his or her lecture without sweating it out. And this must be extended across all campuses and lecture halls. We would advocate and fight harder for well-furnished reading rooms across all hostels. Most students, especially residents of the Fiat, Days, Jimfuga, and Edna, and also new SRC hostel have been moving to Poly and even Trafalgar to study, especially during exams, due to lack of study rooms in their respective hostels. This exposes these students, especially the females, to attacks, robbery, and sexual harassment. The security and safety of any student must not be taken lightly, and therefore, we deem it a priority to furnish hostels that have space for reading, and also improvise for those that do not have, by installing wall mount tables at certain strategically identified and selected hallways in these hostels. We will do this in conjunction with each hostel's executives. We would advocate and keep the fight up for free Wi-Fi and internet facilities across all hostels. The availability of internet in some hostels and the lack of it in others begs the question of equality, which we find to be very unfortunate. My administration will take very prompt action to ensure that this is resolved for good by the end of the first half of the first semester of 2021-2022 academic year. Effective and mandatory observation of all practical sessions established for every course, as indicated in our policy document. In many cases, lecturers skip practical sessions due to lack or unavailability of reagents, and this threatens the academic integrity and quality of this university. My leadership will champion and empower an academic committee that will seek out this menace and ensure that students receive the practical skills they need to go out there and save lives. I'll take you to hostel and housing. For each hostel, we would provide one hostel, one mini mall. Working long distances for hours to purchase consumables such as sugar and bread takes a toll on students and wastes their precious study time. It wastes their precious time and money, which they may in one way or the other spend on transport. Most of these goods are needed in the night when students are exhausted and hungry after long hours of studying and need to eat. This is a threat to their security and already shallow pockets. We will liaise with private businesses to set up mini shops across the hostels to serve students. We will ensure a 24/7 prompt electricity reload. On numerous and uncountable occasions, hostel residents, especially in Jimfuga, the Fiat and Days Hostel, have to endure darkness for at least a week when their prepaid get exhausted because they have to wait for a single check to be signed. Many have lost precious foodstuffs and cooked food stored in fridges. They are not able to study in the night and have to walk to Poly or Trafalgar to study. This, once again, is a waste of their precious time, energy, and puts their security in jeopardy. The moral-led SRC will not tolerate this and will do whatever it takes proactively to put hostel management on their toes to arrest this menace. The greatest foe of students has to do with course registration. And the moral-led administration of the SRC will advocate for automatic access to portals at 50% without approval letters per semester. It's no secret that course registration has been an evil bedfellow of all students due to students' inability to meet their financial obligations to the university. But what is also not a secret in Ghana is that almost the entire population is financially handicapped. As such, not only will we advocate for flexible payment scheme, but also an automatic opening of all portals of students who pay at least 50% of their fees at the beginning of every semester. My leadership shall take preemptive and proactive steps to acquire introductory letters from scholarship providers and sponsors for all students whose scholarship disbursements may delay, to ensure that they do not go through any stress in registering their courses for the semester. The SRC must serve the students because the students are the stakeholders and the sponsors of the SRC. And so whatever that they give must serve them and must go back to them. And so for students who in the course of a semester or academic year lose their academic study aids such as laptops and phones to burglary would have prompt and preemptive steps taken to replace those gadgets for them. Most students get attacked or get robbed during examination when they are so busy. And then they have to, work in the night to study. And so at the end of the day, they are open to attacks, thefts, and robbery. And so victims of such incidents would have whatever that they've lost, be it a laptop, be it a phone, whatever that helps them in studying, they will get it replaced the next day. Replacement of lost damage. Yes. I repeat, for students who may be victims of burglary or theft, and in the process happen to lose their study aids or gadgets, would have not less than 12 hours get a replacement of these items, because these items, yes, these items are mostly lost during revision and examination, and so we cannot delay helping or extending a helping hand to these students. We will replace damaged or lost visual aids for needy visually impaired students. Last semester and this semester, we've had several complaints of students who are visually impaired, having lost their glasses or in one way or the other got them damaged. And these students need help. Mostly they have to wait on their parents who will have to eke out something for them. But at the end of the day, trust me, None of these come from our class. We would also introduce 50% partial scholarship for at least 5 needy students from each school. And how we are going to do it, the road map to this is to establish an SRC scholarship fund, which will take up 10% of the SRC dues. We will also set up an SRC office at SPH so that should a treasurer in the future come from SPH, he or she wouldn't have to spend administrative money traveling from Hohoi to Ho to get some services. We also provide 5 SRC branded exercise books to each student. Most students, upon receiving the SRC branded notebook, complain that it could only be used for one purpose, maybe just a single course, which at the end of the day they couldn't even exhaust. And so they would wish, or they wish that it would have been exercise books, which they could at least split between courses. I'll take you to sports and entertainment. The moral-led SRC administration will create and develop a Uhas sports complex at Dave. And when I say, or what I mean by a sports complex, I mean that the park or the football pitch would be revamped to eliminate these potholes and manholes that we have in it. As a sportsman and my vice as a sportsman himself, we are very committed to ensuring that we have a standardized pitch such that when we have games, our players, can exhibit their skills without fear of injury. This comes with a standard volleyball court, a standard baseball court, and a standard handball court. We would also organize annual inter-school sports festival where each and every school will come and show their prowess. We would also create a baseball court at Thameside Hall so that our gentlemen in the bush there can have, trust me, I was there once and I felt the pain. We would also create a Volta tertiary games. These games will bring on board all teacher training colleges which have been, promoted to tertiary education. And we'll also bring on board nursing training colleges together with Uhas and whole technical university as well as EP University College. This at the end of the day will keep us entertained and healthy all academic year long. Our health, our concern is the mantra of Ghana Health Service. And since we are what we eat, there's a need to be concerned about where our food comes from. The current state of the food canteens on our campuses leaves much to be desired. The hygiene levels at these canteens are terrible and mostly ridden with swarms of houseflies, and the prevalence of foodborne diseases such as typhoid fever means that something drastic is done. My administration will create a hygienic and serene environment for students to eat, and if we must eat healthy. And therefore, there is the need to train and certify our food vendors. This we intend to use the sea of knowledge and experience from our dietetic and nutrition lecturers. Every food vendor will be required to undergo health screening and prove to be free of any communicable diseases before they are allowed to sell on campus. Mr. Chairman, in the age of lack of jobs and opportunity, entrepreneurship has become the single most rewarding venture. and the only means of survival, and hence the need to equip ourselves with skills and competencies that would enable us to take on the world. Mr. Chairman, the Moro-led SRC will set up an entrepreneurial committee that will be charged with organizing training programs in one, hairstyling. Embarking on this campaign, I have come across students helping to braid or style their friends' hair. These students will be given professional training through workshops and seminars and will be provided with basic hairstyling tools. I must admit that besides iPhone, the biggest priority of most women in today's world is their hair. And this will go a long way to reduce the pressure and length at which our ladies will go to get their hair fixed, which most often is very expensive. For our young men, photography and media design has become a whole new booming industry. Many have established businesses that are making waves. Examples are Rich Keys, Beep Media, iTelemedia, and we will train and empower a lot more to take advantage of this golden opportunity. For upcoming social media sensations, slay queens and kings, and delivery service business men and women, Mr. Chairman, we will organize online and social media marketing training for them. Mr. Chairman, in the age of COVID-19, online trading and digital currency are the star markets for exchange of goods and services, and jobs, since the future is digital. There is therefore the need to educate and empower our students to survive and be self-employed. And many have adapted to working from home. And so these seminars and workshops will come in handy. Mr. Chairman, I would like to commend past and current leadership for establishing Uhas-based TV, by virtue of which my family and friends from across the world are watching me take on my world in ways unimaginable. Mr. Chairman, my leadership will provide professional training for our young astute journalists, such as Zenas, so that in the future, pandemics will have true health journalists reporting them right. These current and previous SRC Week celebrations have always come with criticism. Why would we have a week celebration and then we'll still have to attend lectures? Why would we be writing IAs in the middle of SRC Week celebration? Well, this is the good news. The Moro-led administration would institutionalize a week-long SRC Week celebration by liaising with management and advocating for the addition of an extra week that would at the end of the day be used for the SRC Week celebration without any hiccups or challenges. Mr. Chairman, fellow students, we believe that with this, each and every student in Uhas will be empowered enough, given the practical skills that each and every one of us have come here to acquire. Enable us take on the world when we leave here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Master Moro Isaku. So we will take questions, please. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Nice manifesto. I have a brief question. Something caught my attention whilst you're reading your manifesto about
establishing an SRC office at Hohoi to mitigate treasurer problems. However, per my knowledge about the structure, by citing treasurer alone, it made me doubt your understanding on certain issues. Not to spite you, because I know the dean of students is here, the accounts are here, there are signatories to the account. So regardless of an SRC office, they will still have to move from Hohoi to Trafalgar. So in establishing the SRC office at Hohoi, what intent do you have? What are you seeking to achieve by establishing the office? Is it that you want them to have an AC room to do their administrative activities, or probably a fax machine that will be sending signatures or anything? A little clarity on why we need an SRC office at Hohoi.
Okay. Any other question? Question from anyone? Okay, Master.
Thank you very much for the question. Okay. I use the treasurer just as an example because in recent past about the brouhaha that came up, some part of it has to do with you know her spending a lot of money to come to PEM sites just for administrative duties, and so the all-inclusive leadership that at the end of the day we will champion. If it's not a signature, I don't see the reason why the treasurer would have to move from Hawaii. If it is about bringing a paper or a proposal or a letter, I think a robust office, a functional office there would at the end of the day take out all these things. We have, even in the night, deep night, 12 a.m., from Hawaii to Ho, you always get transport, you always get someone to carry on your errands. And so, if the office is up and running, some of these things wouldn't come up. And that is why there's the need. We saw it fit to create an office at SBH. Thank you very much.
Having an SRC office at School of Public, because whether you like it or not, these documents will have to come to Ho.
Yes.
So if the documents will still end up coming to Ho, then I'm struggling to understand the motive behind establishing the office. Is that we need a fancy structure for stamping documents or for signing documents, or what is the structure? What is the intent of the structure? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so besides the executives at SBH, we have students. And so, in a bid to provide access to each and every student, they must at least have a place that whenever they are prompted, they know that this is where I'll have to go. Instead of having to chase individuals around whom at the end of the day they might not find. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Master Moro. Any other question? Anyone with any other question? So with no further question from the Uhas Society. Thank you, Master Moro.
Thank you all.
And the entire student body.
Good day to you all. I'm Nyako Elijah, running for the position of the federal president. I'm much elated to present to you my manifesto, and I would like to commend the SRC executives currently for the good work so far in the period of COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, they have lifted the banner of the SRC to the best of their capacity as far as administration is concerned. I believe in the philosophy that states that leadership and responsibilities are inextricable in all domains of life. As a leader of the team Elijah, a family that subscribes to the compassionate leadership philosophy, which seeks to address the concerns and challenges faced by students in Uhas, and concurrently create an opportunity for all students to fully develop and maximize their potentials. At this juncture, the SRC needs a leader who is committed, dedicated, courageous, and result-oriented, with an unquestionable devotion to duty. However, it's not misleading to contextualize the fact that I am not deficient in the above mentioned qualities, despite my shortcomings. This is because we all don't have a claim for infallibility. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would love to spell out at a comprehensive policies that aim to permeate the barriers of the status quo as far as the office of the SRC is concerned. These, I believe, will serve the best interests of students. Our core values as a team is a teamwork, accountability, discipline, and integrity. Our vision as a team is to help to establish an SRC that seeks to prioritize the needs of students and find long-lasting solutions to the problems faced by students. And I plan to do this by ensuring continuity of government from the current administration, prioritizing the needs of students and seeking long-lasting solutions to them, advocating for value for money in every component that we pay in the school fees, and also setting the blueprint for successive government to build upon. The policies of Team Elijah cut across the length and breadth of students' life in Uhas, and they are practicably feasible, achievable, implementable, and realistic. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, the Elijah-led administration aims to improve the academic propagation of all students, since the main purpose of which we are here is to pursue academic excellence. In helping to facilitate the process of teaching and learning, my administration shall push for one class, one extension cord, converter, VGA cable, and HDMI cable on Hohoi and whole campus respectively. And I'm attesting to this fact as a class rep, the stress that we go through sometimes, searching for VGA cable, distracting lectures and all that. We will advocate for early release of end of semester results into the student portals, as stated in the student handbook. And this is very important in the case that students depend on results for a lot of activities and functions, especially school fees payment. We shall also push for renovation of the Binka Hall at Hohoi campus and Trafalgar Auditorium, which also serve as a multi-purpose auditorium that we all know. We all know that the Trafalgar Auditorium is not only for lectures, we have numerous programs that runs over there. And it is very sad that sometimes you go to the Trafalgar Auditorium, you will see a lot of students learning and finding themselves with exercise books, making lectures, teaching and learning very difficult for students. We shall as well also push for renovating of the Trafalgar Auditorium, which serves as a multi-purpose auditorium, some laboratories and lecture halls on both Hoi and Hohoi campus, which will include fixing of faulty sockets, mountable projectors, fans and air conditioners, and curtains. It is very sad to say that one time at lecture hall 1, we don't have curtains in the room. We were having lectures
and we decided to use a whiteboard just to cover the sunshade, early morning sunshade, and accidentally it fell on the lecturer. This is very sad as a university. We shall facilitate the purchasing of public address system in lecture halls with large capacities to enhance teaching and learning on both campuses. Sometimes you go to Trafalgar Auditorium, you go to the Perm Site Auditorium, an auditorium carrying about 300 students with one lecturer talking with no microphone, no public address system. And it is obvious that some students are audio learners, others are visual learners. People would like to record, but where is the access for them to get all these things to propagate their academic life? Mr. Chairman, on the issue of school fees, we shall not relent on purchasing for more study furnitures on both campuses for students in the hostels to also facilitate their studies, and we shall also ensure that effective tutorial sessions for both final licensing exams as well as supplementary examination shall be advocated for. We consider it imperative to lobby with management to enable the creation of a flexible mode of payment plan of school fees and also seek for value for money in every component charges that we pay in the school fees, especially our VT money. And we assure you that this policy is possible and feasible. Mr. Chairman, I would quickly reiterate that we seek to improve the health and welfare of our students. In that discourse, we shall revisit the Uhas health policy and advocate for preferential treatment of Uhas students who visit the Hohoe Municipal Hospital, the Whole Teaching Hospital, and the neighboring polyclinics for treatment. In collaboration with the local NUC Secretariat, we shall plead for the early disbursement of student loans to Uhas applicants. We shall also seek for sponsorship from potential donors to support the Uhas SRC financial support. We aim to support at least 10 students from each class, and we assure you that this policy is possible. Let me just make reference here. I have been in Uhas for 3 years, and level 100, I applied for Uhas scholarship scheme. I was vetted, I passed through all the process because of financial difficulties. My name was added to a database. I never received the money. Normal time, I did same. I never received the money. Third time, Apalu released His Excellency Apalu released the same policy on the scholarship. I decided not to because I have seen that it is not something that is feasible. But I'm assuring you that Elijah-led administration will make this policy feasible. And we aim to support at least 10 students from each class. And we assure you that this policy, I'm hammering on that, is feasible. Mr. Chairman, under my administration, there will be free course registration printing for students at the SRC printery of when, irrespective of when you were printed. And there shall be cooperation between the SRC and local NUCs to secure a number of important documents for students, including Ghana cards, passport, and driver's license, and among others. Also, we ensure that the current Vodafone package is increased and without expiry or possible rollover. Mr. Chairman, with regards to transport, we have observed as a team as obstacles with regards to transport that hamper the daily lives of students of Uhas as a whole. And in this light, we shall advocate for private shuttles on both campuses in addition to the metro mass to mitigate the current transport deficit and make room for healthy competition in the shuttling system. Mr. Chairman, on security policy, we aim to collaborate with the Ghana Police Service and the University Security Service to educate students on basic self-defense. We shall also strengthen the security system in our hostels and campuses, especially during examination, because we've recorded much cases about people's phone getting missing during examination, and we have a way of implementing this policy, which is feasible. The team believes that effective and efficient administration is the backbone of every government, and as such, we shall secure a cabinet and create a digital base as well as the SRC office to enable proper records keeping. And when we are given the nod, we shall embark on a periodic education campaign on the proper channel of communication within the SRC and the school as a whole. As a means of improving democracy and dynamism enshrined in the Uhas Parliament motto, parliamentarians shall visit the national parliament to witness proceedings to sharpen their skills in order to have the quality rulings for the students. And the Constitutional Review Committee shall as well be empowered to make imperative amendments in the Constitution. We aim to strengthen the leadership in the university on all fronts. Thus, we will empower leaders, especially the provincial executives, to be more vibrant and give incentives to class presidents to motivate them. And I'm assuring you that this policy is feasible. Parliamentary meetings will be held on both campuses as well. As part of our administration policy, the SRC shall secure a certified lawyer or a legal practitioner to deal with our legal issues within the university. Why am I saying this? When you go to our sister universities, there are legal advisors that they have in the SRC, as we have here. They are doing a lot of courses, that is the social sciences courses. So those they have them as their legal advisors are people with the knowledge and they have the outfit in the law firm. So when it comes to dealing with issues in the legal system within the SRC, they don't find it very difficult. But in our case, now our legal advisor is a nursing student who is not having any law background. So should in case there is an issue that we need to get someone to face management, we will not have someone who is a qualified legal practitioner to deal with them. I'm saying this because of the recent issues that we had in our our vocational trainings issue. And as a student, we shall also ensure financial reporting as enshrined in the Uhas SRC Constitution. This will address students on financial happenings in the SRC. And as students of top-notch health training institution, we believe in that health and sanitation is one of the utmost importance to our community. On this note, there shall be periodic health screening for all food vendors on both campuses to screen them for common infectious diseases in collaboration with the dietetics unit and the municipal health directorate and the school team. We shall push for the provision of first aid boxes and adequate waste bins on both campuses, especially in the hostels. And we shall make sure that food vendors at the various canteens are appropriately dressed and practicing good food safety habits. Moving on, the team is aware of the challenges that students face with regards to obtaining scholarship. The SRC under my administration plan to create an awareness of scholarship opportunities for institutions like the Mastercard Foundation, Get Fund, GMPC, and the Scholarship Secretariat, among others, to students as when they are available. And we will also strengthen the SRC financial support and ensure its operationalization to help the brilliant but needy students in another, to help the needy but brilliant student is another thing that we aim to accomplish. To buttress this, we shall seek for sponsorship and donations externally as well. Let me just make reference. We have this Vodafone as the only telecommunication network that sponsors us with SIM cards. What project can you pinpoint on campus that Vodafone Ghana has done for Uhas? We don't have such. So as part of their social corporate responsibilities, Vodafone Ghana, this is the problems our students are facing. People are deferring their programs. People are not having money. So as part of your social corporate responsibilities, please donate some funds for us to sponsor our scholarship scheme. And I'm betting you, Vodafone Ghana will never say they will not do it. Mr. Chairman, we are students who also feel the intense stress that academic life on campus comes with, and we believe in the old adage that speaks about all work and no play make Jacks a dull boy. It is for this reason that we plan to greatly improve the part of our lives as students that we have to do with sports and entertainment. When you check the sports components that we pay in the school fees, it will marvel you that the management need to put measures in place to use the money that we are paying to support our sports discipline and to also ensure that provisions are made to complete the sports project and facilities that we have in the school. And we can also go for external sponsorship to come and support these policies. We have people, we have collaborations like Sprite Ghana. They are companies who are into sports. And when you are a leader and you know how to negotiate, you know how to engage, you know how to lobby, it will be very easy for you to do all these things. Mr. Chairman, we shall reintroduce the Freshers Week and Aquaba Night and collaborate with the Entertainment Committee to celebrate the SRC Week in a grander style as mandated by the SRC Constitution in Article 4. We shall empower and support the chaplaincy board to help them invite seasonal gospel musicians during their programs. We shall share in the joy of the Muslims community as well as during the holidays and assist them in the procurement needs as and when they come. And we plan to continue with the current development in the Miss Uhas under the Women's Commissioner. Because as a leader, you need to create a platform for people to also explore their potentials and their talents. You need to create a platform that will maximize and harness the people's potentials and their leadership. Mr. Chairman, we shall advocate for juicy packages for our sportsmen and women to enhance their performance and purchase more sports equipment as well as to make the sports discipline very attractive. So at this point, I will give it to my indispensable Vice President, my second Vice President, my second Vice President to continue from the capacity building and empowerment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, in order to ensure capacity building, we intend to organize career prospects and counseling for each school. We shall organize periodic talk shows where prominent personalities will be invited to UHAS to share their success and failure stories with the student populace to motivate them. These personalities will include accomplished alumni, as well as tycoons in nursing, public health, allied health, medical and biomedical sciences, reputed politicians, academicians, as well as media personnel. We shall organize SRC career fairs, seminars, conferences, and place emphasis on exchange programs so as to help develop the students' front on a broad scope of knowledge and equip them with practical skills and attitudes that they will need in the professional world. This will be done in close collaboration with societies, clubs, departments on campus, such as the Uhas Debate Society, the Uhas Choir, MSA, MELSA, GPSA, GAMIMS, PHSA, amongst others. We shall also tackle the accommodation issues that are pertinent, and we will not hesitate to put the following measures in place. Under our administration, we shall set up an accommodation committee which will deal with the issues that students face at their hostels
and aid also in searching for accommodation, especially for freshers and continuing students. We will also aim to empower hostel executives and support them in dealing with issues affecting their hostel lives. We shall properly manage the SRC hostel, which is an initiative by the current administration, to release students from accommodation stress as well as generate funds for the SRC. We also aim to secure an additional SRC hostel to support the already existing one and actually reduce the academic stress, the stress that students go through when looking for accommodation, as it were. Mr. Chairman, the SRC under our administration will make it a major priority to put up an SRC printing press and the merchandise shop at the main campus, which will also contain a mobile money joint, as we've come to realize that most people cannot actually gain access to money when the ATM at permanent campus malfunctions. We shall also push for the renovation of the Hohoi canteen, which is in a very deplorable state, but has been taken up by the current leadership as an initiative, as well as push for the revamping of the permanent site cafeteria. We shall construct an ultra-modern lovers bench and round table, especially at the Hohoi campus and permanent site campus. We also aim to add more to the existing ones we already have on this campus. We aim to also push for the construction of the bus terminal at main campus, which is also an initiative by the current administration. This will serve as a shade for students to wait for the bus, which is currently something that a lot of us face under the scorching sun. Mr. Chairman, the sandwich and top-up students are part of the school as well, and for that matter, they also pay SRC dues. However, it's obvious that they mostly feel segregated in some of the school's activities. The SRC under administration will ensure that the sandwich and top-up students also have strong representation at the SRC Parliament and in the entire leadership. Programs like the Local Nooks Awards and SRC Week celebrations shall be structured to cover and favor these students that have been mentioned. Mr. Chairman, as part of rebranding the SRC, our administration will provide some paraphernalia to every student for free as part of the dues that we pay. We aim to, instead of providing spiral notebooks, provide a branded SRC executive diary as well as a 32 gig flash drive. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we would like to quickly reiterate that we will undertake In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we would like to quickly reiterate that we will undertake long-term projects and also set a blueprint for successive administrations to build upon. We shall engage the necessary stakeholders, the Works and Fiscal Development Directorate, to start the SRC hostel construction. We shall push management to use the sports fees that we pay to invest in sports disciplines and the construction of sports facilities in the school, namely the Dave and Hohoi Sports Chamber constructions that we aim in the long term to start and complete. Mr. Chairman, as part of the long-term projects, we shall move for the establishment of a school clinic at the main campus to care for minor and emergency cases. We believe that this will as well serve as a platform for students to actually exhibit the skills that they learn and imbibe in the university. At this juncture, I would wish to call on all and sundry to take a stand with Team Elijah that preach the mantra, student-centered leadership, to support this vision and vote for Team Elijah so that we can all forge ahead and champion the cause of students. Elijah Nwako is his name, and he is willing to work tirelessly to serve the students of this institution with every ounce of his will. Douglas MacArthur once said that a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the comparison to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of his actions and the integrity of his intent. So vote for Team Elijah, vote for competent, dedicated, pragmatic, and innovative leadership. Long live Elijah, long live Uhas, long live Uhas SRC. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master Elijah and Master Roja. We'll take questions from the audience. Any question, please? Master Reginald. Uh, Good evening, Team Elijah. I listened keenly to your manifesto. Well, I was a bit distracted, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear anything concerning sandwich students, top up students.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, like that's what I'm saying, because I didn't hear anything like that.
It's, I like the fact that you alluded to the fact that you were probably distracted.
Exactly.
But we talked about sandwich students and top up students feeling a bit segregated from the activities on campus. So we talked about encouraging, we talked about structuring things like the SRC Week celebration and the local Nooks Awards to encompass them, as it were, and enable them fully participate in the activities. Yes.
Thank you very much. So my next question will be towards exchange programs.
Yes.
Currently, it's a health school. We have hospital facilities across board. I don't know, but I think the SRC Payor Manifesto should look at championing exchange programs, not just for medical students, but for nursing students, for diagnostic imaging students. And what are your plans concerning exchange programs for you as students in general?
Good. So, our administration plans to. But we are a team.
Please allow.
We are a team.
Allow.
And we are a team.
Please allow.
We are a team. So, in the Constitution, one of the functions of the SRC is to liaise with other universities, as it were, and make sure that external affairs are all in order. And so, what we aim to do is to liaise with other universities, other institutions, both near and far. And wow. Oh, so it was intentional. Good. So yes.
Hello. Can we please keep quiet and listen? Please.
So we realized that exchange is actually a novel thing when it comes to USSRC, because USSRC does have an exchange committee, but it's never actually happened. Now we realize that alumni from the school are in associations such as NASAG, etc., etc. Now what we aim to do is to contact some of these associations and contact institutions as well. And
Hello. The house,
and
please.
essentially negotiate for slots so that some of their students can come here, some of ours can go there. Essentially, we want to get something like a contract or a good social contract between certain institutions. If we can all come together and perhaps form a conglomerate of associations so that we can all help each other and let us imbibe the necessary skills so that we won't be found wanting if we go into certain communities and jurisdictions that we don't see here. That's what we are actually aiming to do.
Hello. I heard you speaking about I'm Rexford. Okay, I'm in level 100 medicine. Sorry, level 400 medicine. Sorry. You know, 100 and 400, if you are not careful, you will sleep. So I'm actually level. So I'm in level 400 medicine, not level 100 medicine. So I've been in this school by September. That'll be my fifth year. Okay, that'll be my fourth year in this school. So I'll be going to fifth year. Um, I've been here for a long time. So and I've experienced different leadership. You made mention of going to Vodafone for them to support our student loan and those stuff. How are you going to do it? Because there are lots of, you see, you don't just go there and tell them that come and just support my school and Vodafone just say because I give you. No, you pay them for the internet they give you. That's why they are providing the service. So it doesn't really matter whether they come in to support your student loan or not. So how are you going to convince them to actually come and support student loans? Because it's a big issue. Every day you are seeing lists of, oh, these people haven't paid, these people haven't paid. And it is not just by going to tell Vodafone that come and you will come.
Another question.
I think I have another question. I think I'm excited currently because there are five people running for federal SRC president. Is it five or four? Five, right? Good. But however, the other positions, federal SRC treasurer, Wacom, all those people don't seem to be interested. Now, in my eyes, I like what he said. Is it because there are certain monetary benefits to the positions you hold? That's why people don't want to adventure for them. Or peradventure, previous administrations have actually marginalized the roles of these secretaries, treasurers, and all those people that people don't see the work they do, so hence they don't want to take up these positions. And what are your plans to actually care about this issue so that people will be passionate about serving, so that we'll have numbers, and I guess the apathy towards the SRC will also improve. Thank you.
Any other question, please? Any other question? No one. Okay. Master Elijah, please.
Thank you very much for your question. And I am not, I'm a bit confused about the fact that we are a team. And as a matter of fact, we are working as a team. We have policies that each of us we have and we aim to implement. So it doesn't matter who answered this question. We are having equal knowledge in all the policies. So let me first tackle Mr. Rexford's question about going to Vodafone Ghana. You see, every company has a social corporate responsibility that they render to the people that undertake their service. Okay? And when you go to other schools, we have those aspects of we have those aspects of the support they give to them. So it is the same way as Uhas SRC, we can also do same. But it takes someone who is having a very sharp negotiation skills, someone who is very good at lobbying.
Hello, hey, please.
So I'm sure that if you are able to engage the necessary stakeholders, you go with your lobbying skills, you follow up, you supervise, you will be able to materialize the policy as you are saying. Thank you very much.
To Reginald. Hello, Reginald. Yes, to your question. Um, Ghanaians have perceptions about everything. We are a very perceptive people. So you realize that, especially for the rules of secretary, I think it's only this year that I'm actually seeing, okay, last year, Ebenezer Smith ran for secretary. But then we realize that in most of our associations, it's always women running for secretaries.
Because we have perception, right?
I've realized that, in fact, even for presidency, I've never seen a woman run for president. I feel that it's based on the perception that we attach to certain positions. People make it look like if you are not president or vice president or secretary, then you have no quota to contribute to the society. And so in our manifesto, you realize that there was a point we talked about empowering executives, especially the provincial executives as well as even class reps. We are going to incentivize them. We are going to do retraining and training of human resource. We've talked about sending parliamentarians to the parliament house to sharpen skills, because personally, sometimes some of the arguments I witness in the parliamentary house here are, well, they could be better. Let's just put it like that they could be better. And so that's what we aim to do. So we believe that empowering and putting people through such training and retraining will actually spark up the interest again for people to file for these positions, as it were. Yes.
Thank you very much. Any other question from our audience? Any other question from our audience, please? No other question? Okay. With no other question from the US Society, thank you very much, Master Leafo Elijah and Master Rojak. Okay, so at long last, we come to the last candidate. Come to the last candidate for the Federal SRC President's portfolio. We would like to call upon Master Subonti Emmanuel to read his manifesto for us. Thank you.
Good evening. Um, Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uh, I'd like to do some little introduction first before we continue with what we want to do here. My name is Eswonti Manoloseyao, and I have here with me a competent vice president. I'd like my vice presidential candidate to also introduce himself. All right, Mr. President. Um, thank you very much. I'm in a person of Ahen Jesse Entry. I'm a PA level 300 student. Ahen Jesse Entry, a PA level 300 student, and also currently, or let's say former course rep of their class. So I'll leave it to my president to give you the manifesto. Thank you.
Okay, so Emmanuel, please, I'd like to remind you all, we are streaming this manifesto reading live on Uhas based TV. A lot of people are in their rooms listening. And if you stay here, you make noise, your candidate may not get his message out. Please. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll zoom into the activity of today. I come not with the excellency of speech that will take your breath away, but I come with the plainness of all speech that will give all away. Team Esubonte, Team Esubonte Ahe is here to give all away to the people of Uhas. The chairman, the Electoral Commission, His Excellency the SRC President, if you are watching me, distinguished SRC and local NUCS executives present, association presidents, course reps, fellow aspirants, good people of yours, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. We are very much excited to be present here to deliver to you the manifesto of Team Esubonte, and we are glad you could come. First of all, we humbly would like to take this great opportunity to be grateful to the Almighty Allah for how far He has brought us. Kindly join me and let's say, thank you, Jesus. We also wish to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the Electoral Commission, all students, and supporters for their tremendous backing in all our doings. We say God bless us all. We also would like to commend the Apalua German administration for their good work done in lifting the banner of the SRC as far as student administration is concerned. At this juncture, I humbly would like to relay before the entire students of yours the detailed policy of Timus Bontain. This, we believe, will serve the best interest of our people. The chair, my people, I humbly would first like to relay the pillars of Timus Bontain. The Uhas, under the tutelage of a Subontain administration, shall be built on the mind of God. God is going to be the source of all the activities of our administration with the help of the arbitration committee guiding us as per the constitution stipulates at Article 78. It shall be based on the continuity of government. We can never talk about the fact that this administration has not done anything for the people of US. In fact, they have done something for us. But there's an account date that goes that Onipa Beyebi, it shall be based on the prioritization of student interest and finding long-lasting solutions to them. On the accountability, the transparency, and integrity. And again, laying of a foundation or a blueprint for all successive governments that shall come after us. And above all, it shall be built on a downless effort. And a downless effort, I mean an SRC that shall not be intimidated. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Team Esubontain wishes to officially declare the motto of the team as a new hope for the people of US. That's the response. The new hope, hope for the people of US. The new hope, okay, a hope to solve the challenges of our people. We also wish to say on record that Team Esubontain is not saying it is during our tenure of office that every single problem will be solved in the university. But we would downless it with the capacity our people are going to give us, work in the best interest of our people. Team Esubontain is poised at tackling the basic needs of our people as its objective, which have seen a loophole in the interest of students. Abraham Maslow said something that I would like to borrow. Even though we learned this in SHS, we thought we were learning it only for exam. But hey, today I'm here to tell you that there's a practicality in what Abraham Maslow said. Abraham Maslow said, I'd like to borrow and paraphrase that in order to self-actualize someone in this pyramidal world, you should have tackled the person's basic necessities. Alright? It is with this that we humbly seek to come to office and lay a formidable foundation for our people in all spheres. Our policies has been categorized into administrative policies. So I'm going to read on the administrative policies. I'm glad we have an association president here in the person of Honorable Elijah, an aspirant and Honorable Regional. We say thank you for coming. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen,
You will bear with me that the various associations on campus play a major role in the lives of students. For this reason, Timothy Bontin in its administration shall provide administrative assistance to various associations on both campuses in executing and implementing projects and their week celebrations. Timothy Bontin believes in teamwork, and his administration shall not work in isolation, in that we shall liaise with the local NICs of the university, which is responsible for all the external affairs of the SRC as stipulated in Article 91 of the US SRC Constitution, to secure for our people tax identification numbers, passports, birth sets, driver's licenses, NHIS, scholarships, and many more as part of these administrative policies. Our administration shall also serve as a liaison between management and the student populace. We will establish a cordial and an amicable relationship with our students and also channel all the plights of our people for proper redress in order to facilitate a smooth administration and make UAS a better place for the ordinary UAS students and to the outside world. We will then zoom into our academic policies. Mr. Chairman, my people, we all know that the core reason why we are here in the university is to acquire knowledge and skills to be able to contribute our quota to Ghana and the entire world at large. However, if I may ask, do we students think that we will get the best of the best when our academic facilities are not in good shape and condition? Believe you me that we will have nothing more than less than the advantages and the privileges we are supposed to enjoy. We wish to emphatically state that the new hope is here to improve, renovate, and revamp our lecture rooms, halls, and auditoriums, i.e., Trafalgar and Binker Hall. As we engage the body, the directorate on campus, the physical and work development directorate, to cause a change in our lecture rooms, and I mean the 40 wall sockets, fans, and air conditioners on both campuses. Mr. Chairman, we also wish to bring to the notice of our people, our administration would also set up a printing press at Sokode PEM site as a basic need for our people and revamp the one at Hallway campus as we maintain the one at Trafalgar campus. It is high time that we set a printing press with a 6-feet container of the SRC at PEM site, which was secured under the administration of Honorable Derek when we were in level 100 at that time, and also use it as a mobile money transaction joint for our people. We all know that there's a booth or there's an ATM machine at PEM site, but the processes you do have to go through before you withdraw your money or you want to send money is tedious. Basic need. Now, in that 6-feet container, what we plan on doing is that it will be used as a printing press, all right, to serve the basic necessities of our people. That being said, we are going to also set a stationery at that place where our people can get basic things like straight edge, pens, pencils, and all those things that they will need in their studies. Again, for easy transaction of money, we want to set a mobile money transaction at that place. All right. The new hope is also here to strengthen our online library and also negotiate with management for a 24-hour running of our libraries to facilitate smooth studies, especially during examination and revision periods, when our libraries are locked at 9 o'clock p.m. When we vacated the last sem, I was around. The medical student, because of their block system, what they do is they still write their exams at that time. And you will bear with me that the libraries were locked at 9. Now, one thing that we see in US is that when it's we are in exam time or exam period, they lock our lecture rooms in the name that they don't want students to disarrange the arrangement they've put there. But the basic thing is that we are here to study. Now, if you have locked these places, do you expect all students, okay, to be studying on their beds and end up sleeping? This is what we are here for. We want the best for Uhas. Timothy Bontin brings you the hope that would improve the internet efficiency and accessibility on both campuses and also push for the early release of the semester results to facilitate the payment of fees by NGO and scholarship policies. Now, there's one thing on campus that a lot of us, we resort to scholarships from NGOs and other bodies. Now, these bodies require that they see your results before they are able to pay because they have a cutoff point, just like Uhas is having a cutoff point. All right. But because of the delay in this release of results, people suffer. You know, the frustration of course registration is really a big thing for the people of Uhas. Students are allowed to register their courses easily as soon as a student makes at least part of the academic fees without having to write an undertaking letter to the office of the registrar. We are in Uhas. Okay. Ideally, it is not stated anywhere. It is not a policy anywhere. It is not under any constitution stipulation anywhere that you are being coerced or you have to pay all your fees at the beginning of a semester. For some of us, mom and dad will be able to pay all the fees at a go. Bam. But there's something that the candidates say that so maybe me, mom and dad will be able to pay the fees. What about my people that have genuine issues? What we seek to bring on board is that in every academic year, please listen to this very carefully. In every academic year, if a student should make payment of at least, keyword underlined, boldened, at least 50%, I'm not going to promise you something I cannot deliver. Times Bontain is not in the business of making promises and failing. Even though we have stated that it is not in our administration that every single problem will be solved. But what I'm saying that at least if you make payment, at least 50%, there should be that automatic opportunity for you to register your course without having to write a letter to the office of the registrar. Then you make your other payments in the second semester. But if you have all the money and you want to make the payment, so be it. You can do it. We also wish to introduce the SRC Yibibua scholarship policy to support them with genuine issues of these payments. My people, we are here for you, so please listen to me. Now, the SRC Yibibua scholarship policy we are talking about, I'm sure my people will be asking, how are we going to do that? Because we've heard it over and over again. This is not really a short-term project. Now, we stated the pillars on which our policies are built, that it is built on the continuity of government. And also, we are going to lay or set a foundation or a blueprint for successive governments. So this SRC Ibibua, what my team and I will do is that we are going to channel at least 5% of the SRC funds or the SRC money we pay into a trust, into an account. Okay, once we have that money in that account, we will use that money as leverage to solicit for sponsors, because nobody will sponsor you without you having an account with some little money in it to support people that have genuine issue of fees payments. Let us go to health and sanitation. On this, I would first would like to state something that and commend my people for their loyalty, their commitment, and their, I don't know how to put it, their unflinching support in this campaign. When we were in level 100, Dr. Wahab of virology, we were in a class, and then we realized that the class was very dirty. Things all over. So he called me that, Mr. Bonte, there's something we could do about this. This is not the time for people to be eating and leaving their refuse in the class. In fact, we are health students. We are those teaching those outside to tidy up. But look at our situation. So we started packing the rubbish in the class. And when we finished, we took a picture. And that is what started the campaign we had, Keep Campus Clean. When I was in level 100, I had the opportunity to attend a residence board meeting with the Pro VC at PEM site. I was invited by Honorable Derek as at level 100 because of the vision he saw. So I presented to the board that I want to take this upon myself. I have surveyed the land of Uhas and I've realized that we have scanty waste bins around. So they should improve on it or they should buy more waste bins. It is after that meeting
that we saw dustbins at vantage points. If you think I'm lying, you can check the office of Dr. Abaye and also the office of the SWAL SRC President, Honorable Derek, for confirmation. Mr. Chairman, my people, just as the name of the university possessed, we need to be keen on the health and welfare of our people. It is for this reason that Ms. Bontain Ahi administration seeks to empower the newly formed Red Cross Society on campus to have a single body or a small body at every student foyer. What I mean is every student gathering. For the first time during the fifth Uhas lecture, I saw that we had a Red Cross Society at the CD auditorium, and I was proud. I must say that the sanitation committee chairperson, Honorable Fadel, under the administration of the Apalu Benjamin administration, is really doing well. We believe in the continuity of government, and we are here to strengthen it. We are health students, and so we need to think as such. We also want to set up some at hostels to administer first aid to our people when they need be. Not even all. We all attest to the simple fact that no association, no school or campus, I stand to be corrected, can boast of a first aid kit that we have one for use when its need comes in handy. People of US, in our administration, we will provide at least 2 first aid kits to all schools, associations, and hostels on both campuses. In our administration, the health of our people will be prioritized. We will also, in our administration, in tandem with management and various hospitals in our environs, negotiate and implement the US health policy to give preferential treatment to students at the various hospitals when they visit. We need these advantages even as we continue to render our services to the various facilities. I would like to chip in this that I encountered. I went to one of the hostels, which will talk about the security on campus. Jimfuga Hostel. I'm sure she's watching me. She's called Boss Girl. She's a contestant for Miss Uhas. She was coming from an audition, I think, or something regarding with me regarding to Miss Uhas. And then just at the entrance of Jimfuga Hostel, she was attacked. And according to her, when I interrogated her, she said that the person was coming at her, calling her, and she didn't respond. So when she turned, she saw that the person had a knife in the hand, trying to choke him in the face. And I commend her good reflexes. She had to block it like this. So the person took the hand. And she started screaming and running towards the hostel, just in front of the hostel. That day, we were there to declare intent to the people of Jimfuga. We had to stop and rush the lady to Trafalgar Hospital here. Believe you me, the reason why I'm saying that Trafalgar, we need preferential treatment for students is what I saw there. We went there at 9 and we left 4 a.m. in the morning. They didn't care whether we are students or not. So we want to negotiate in tandem with management to implement the US health policy where when you go to the hospital because you are a student, you'll be given some sort of preferential treatment. Mr. Chairman, we also seek to improve on the sanitation on both campuses, as Times Bonte has already campaigned about the Keep Campus Clean sanitation. Furthermore, Times Bonte seeks to improve upon the bush canteen at permanent site, Soko-De campus for our people. As I speak now, I wish to bring to the notice of my people that the canteen at SPH campus is being renovated, and we seek to bring such a basic change here to the people of Ho as well. I must say, Honorable Apalu and his administration, they have done something for the school, and we commend them for that. Sports and entertainment policy. Mr. Chairman, I am sure that
you have seen some videos circulating with CJ Bigaman and then Kontakra of MTN Hitmaker. When it comes to entertainment, we know that US is not fond of entertainment. It's not something we mostly have on campus. But glory be to God that we have links, we have strong links that will link us to artists at feasible prices for us to bring some sort of entertainment. And I commend DNA for that. Mr. Chairman, we also seek, as part of our sports and entertainment policy, to organize inter-school sporting activities to exercise and improve upon our entertainment sector in the school. If you have keenly looked at the timetable, excuse me to say, what I call the Nyama Nyama timetable, which it will be difficult for you to fish out your course. That on Friday, every 3:30 to 6:30 is supposed to be for sporting activities, but we never see it happening. What we plan on doing is that for the 3:30 to 6:30 is very short. So what we will do is that we will seek for permission that maybe it starts at 12. Okay? And then it zooms into Saturday. We organize games for the whole university. Alright? And then we continue. You can rest on your Sunday and go back to lectures on Monday. Mr. Chairman, it is true that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And all play and no work makes Jack a lazy boy. In view of that, our administration shall purchase sporting equipment and materials to boost sporting areas in Uhas, and also properly remunerate our sportsmen and women. We shall also empower our chaplaincy board to invite seasoned gospel musicians for spiritaining, something I call spiritaining, spiritual and entertaining activities, and organize talent shows, artist night, or gospel rock show to entertain ourselves and release stress from academics. Now, we shall also reintroduce the Freshers Day and Aquaba Night for freshmen. Timus Bonte also wishes to say that we shall improve upon the basketball and volleyball field either at Dave or permanent site hostel. The reason why I use or is that it is possible that the university management will say that because the university would move to PEM site, we are supposed to do all improvements at PEM site. But it is possible that we will have it also at Dave, in that we are not going to make a permanent field over there. But what we are going to do is the b-ball court, for instance, we have surveyed already. All right, we have surveyed already. So what we are going to do is that set up a temporary b-ball field over there, or court, where you can play afterwards. You take off your stuff and go and keep it. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, our administration, once in power, shall also support the US Chess Club, US Debate Society, in their internal and external tournament that shall be organized, and also reintroduce the US cadets that will serve as a security during any student foyer or gathering with incentives. Under the Norman Brobe-led administration, he reintroduced the US cadets. These cadets can serve as security for us at student gatherings or any university gathering, where people will be protected. Now, we shall zoom into specific policies for Hohoi. You see how we enjoy here on campus with every lecture room with a permanently fixed projector. It will sadden you to know that that is not what is happening at the people of at Hohoi or SPH. The people of SPH are suffering. The first time we went there, we realized that they have only two mobile projectors. Only two mobile projectors. And most of the lecture rooms do not have projectors. In our administration, I know that the people of Hawaii are watching me. We want to bring a policy that says one lecture room, one permanent projector for them. We shall, by the grace of God, establish that every lecture room has a projector to itself and improve upon the lecture rooms to facilitate teaching and learning. We shall also renovate the Parliament House on campus to serve as a place of reserve and for studies
and set up lovers bench as well as hold students for relaxation on both campuses. Mr. Chairman, we shall also move for at least for the first time, a shuttle system to convey our students to and from hostels and campus for the first time at Hohoi. Policies for sandwich students. We all understand and take to the fact that the sandwich students also make payments of dues, the SRC dues, but we see very little for them. When I was speaking with one of the prominent coach rep, Mr. Sami from Sandwich, he lamented that we have poor representation of the Sandwich people in our SRC. When we heard that, we decided that in our administration, there's going to be a proper representation of the Sandwich students in the SRC parliament, at least two representatives in parliament to channel the plight of our people. And then we also want to establish an amicable relationship between the SRC and the Sandwich. This is something they lamented about, that the SRC does not come close to them. There's nothing as such between them. We shall also negotiate for a reduction in the Sandwich academic fees for them. Negotiate for a reduction in the Sandwich academic fees. And then we shall also include them or involve Sandwich in SRC programs such as Looks Award, Miss Uhas, and others. Other policies. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, another cogent policy that our administration shall work on is a constitutional review. The US SRC shall evaluate the current constitution and ensure that every provision in the constitution is consistent with the current practices and provide rectification when necessary to ensure that it represents the views and aspirations of the SRC. This will help prevent any potential violation of the rights granted by the Constitution, assuring its efficacy, its stability, and preservation. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Esubontin believes in the continuity of government and hence would continue with US-based TV. And I must commend you. Whoever is in charge of the US-based TV, my mother called me today that, hey, Miba, me who TV so. All thanks to US-based TV. To serve as a platform. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Esubontin believes in the continuity of government and hence will continue with US-based TV to serve as a platform to advertise products of student entrepreneurs for pep talks, spoken word, and a platform to project all activities in the school. We shall also continue with Miss Uhas, as well as empower our ladies to showcase what they've got in them to the world. We shall also bring something new, something different to Uhas, because we feel biased as men. Something we call Mr. Gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also here to bridge the gap between various associations and their international communities and build good relationship between the university and other sister universities. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we want to say to the hearing of the people all that Team Esubontin is here for nothing but to champion, to uphold, and defend the interests of students through dialogue and a philosophy of non-violence. We therefore humbly wish to put across board to the entire university populace that in order to materialize all that we have said, then there is the need to put us into power. To make sure of that, we humbly solicit for your unflinching support and your undying fidelity to rally behind us as we seek to lead the student front. People of yours, we need your support. We need your votes. We need your help to make UAS a better place for us all. Let us all vote for the new hope. The hope that will listen to the acts and act in accordance to the cry of the people. The hope that will solve the problems of our people. The hope of UAS and the hope with God as backbone. Long live Team Esubontin. Long live the new hope. Long live UAS SRC. Long live Mother Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master Esubontin.
So before we go to the questions, I'd like to say A very big thank you to Uhas Base TV for being here to stream this program and also the vetting the vetting process that went on last week. Both of them were broadcasted live on Uhas Base TV. And I implore all of you here to please take your phones, go to YouTube and support your own. Subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notification button, like turn it on. Follow, like, so that they actually get some. Thank you very much. So please, let's take our phones, go to yours base TV and subscribe. And also recommend and send the channel link to our comrades and colleagues in other universities so they can also follow. Okay, now we will take questions for Master Esubonte. Is there any question for Master Esubonte? Okay, Master Reginald. Uh, Good evening, Master Supporting. It's rather unfortunate I'm being considered the enemy here, but I think if your candidate answers the question, it further strengthens your belief in him as well. Yes, exactly. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to commend your manifesto. I think it was a great one. So, a brief one. You mentioned when you started your administrative policies about helping associations, especially with their week celebrations and everything. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that I don't know. We have Melsa. He belongs to Melsa, right? Exactly. I'm from the MSC as well. One of our pertinent challenges, however, has been getting dues from our members, dues in the sense that you find out that in other institutions dues are added to school fees, but over here you have to literally go around asking members please pay your dues and all those things. uh, Probably an oversight, but your manifesto didn't really touch on that. So that's, if you could speak briefly about that, how you're going to help associations take their own dues, because at the end of the day we are pushing the SRC right now. If the SRC champion students course, that means whatever I'm doing as MSA, whatever you're doing at Melsa, I mean, if we should have enough funds to be able to run our programs, we will push the school, the global agenda. Secondly, a quick one. I realized that your policies were student centered, which is fantastic. I like that. But however, however, have we considered the event of having projects? When I say projects, broad visions, maybe more like a blood donations, because whether we like it or not, we have communities around us which are impoverished, like which don't have enough funds, assets, and everything. How do we intend to make sure that the SRC is not a common fund for just a student, the student body, but we are also reaching out? So, where is the project arm of your policy? Who are we looking to? Are we going to affect autism students? Are we looking to affect psychiatric students? Communities. What is the project arm of the Esubontin led administration? And I think the last one I wanted to add was the last one I wanted to add was about renovating the US auditorium. Um, I didn't get the detail of how you intend to do that, because I think I've heard that from Apalu. I've heard that severally, and always it's the same story. It becomes the next campaign message. So you're saying it's the new hope. So can you kindly detail how you intend, and what are your methods? Probably in your first 4 months, how you are actually going to make sure that, are you using SRC money to renovate, or you are channeling it to the appropriate quarters who have a thing for bureaucracy? So before you give yourself a timeline, have you considered their timelines as well? Because maybe the school says they don't have money, they are not ready. So how are you going to do that first? Thank you very. Okay, so we'll take any other question. Oh. You want to tackle these three? Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Regional. I must say that you are contributing your quota to Uhas. These are the kind of people that we need to be working with in our administration. Do you know something, Honorable Regional? Uh, we believe in the fact that the best of policies actually comes from our people. We came here to read Manifesto.
Hello.
We came here to read Manifesto, all right. But one thing I also would like to put across is that we also came to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Honestly, the association dues talking about, it's not something, I'm an honest guy and I'll be honest with you, that I inculcated in my policy. I admit that. But just that you have mentioned it, it means you have had mind suggested solutions to this problem. My little knowledge about it is initially it used to be part of the school fees, but there were some issues, so I had to deploy another way. So, in our administration, since we believe that we will not be working in isolation, I'd like to come to your office with your able body so that we can think about how best we can go about the SRC dues. I can't give you an answer right now. All right. The second thing is you mentioned what is the arm of our uh, yes. You see, you mentioned something that our policies were student centered. It is true. Once again, I'll say that is where we centered ourselves. But then you are telling us is that well, you are telling us right now that we have to reach out to the people outside. And that is one of the visions and missions of UHAS. I think I need to inculcate that. Thank you for giving me a policy. The next thing, I think I've answered all your questions. Okay, the
Please.
auditorium. Okay, yeah. So if you have checked the UHAS website, you would realize that we have directorates in UHAS. Okay. And there's a directorate called the Work and the Physical Development Directorate. In our school fees, there are two components. We have component A and component B. The only part that we students have a say upon is the component B. That is the other approved charges. Okay. But for the component A, what we call the university charges is parliamentary approval. I mean Ghana Parliament. Okay, so we have paid for these services. Therefore, they are supposed to be rendered unto us. Honorable Regional, you've been in the school, if I'm not mistaken, 5 years. Your auditorium has seen the same challenge. So what we need to do is we need to prevail. We need to keep mounting, writing letters. It does not matter the timeline of the school. The voices of the people must be heard. How many years now, and how long should we wait? Let me tell you something. One thing that Timus Bontin needs most is the support of his people. Let me keep this in. I'd rather leave it that way. You see, we need the support of our people. If you push us, if you give us the massive support, the support that we need, we'll be able to deliver. Sometimes we are crippled in our beds and we don't know what to do. But the things that people say, the things that your people will give you, the support that they'll give you, will push you forward. So, Honorable Regional, I've learned a lot. I'll come and see you personally for us to discuss this. I'm sure you have other people that would have ideas about we implementing this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Please. Any other question? Don't say no. I didn't ask you. Any other question? Okay. With no further question from the Uhas Society, thank you, Master Isubonte Human Rights, for your manifesto. And thank you all for coming to the manifesto reading here in Ho. I'd like to remind you all that please, we are not done. We are not done. We are not done. Please, we are not done. Please, we are not done. We are not done, please. You can kindly take the noise outside, please. So I'd like to remind I'd like to remind you all that the manifesto reading will continue on Hawaii campus on the 15th of July, 2021. And our federal candidates, please, our federal candidates are supposed to present themselves on Hawaii campus to also read the manifesto to the students of Hawaii campus. Please. So, federal candidates will also go to Hawaii campus to read the manifesto. Thank you all for coming once again. And also, let's all subscribe to Uhas TV. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome back from that commercial break. We just had the federal SRC aspirants read their manifestos to us. So, joining me is Nanadra to delve deep into the policies they have made us aware of, starting with the federal SRC secretary. There's two of them in the person of Patrick Akapwa and oh no, you can come. Is it the one with the best? Hello, joining me is EKD. You welcome EKD.
Thank you very much. Well, the name is EKB.
Oh, okay, sorry, EKB. So, considering the proceedings, are you pleased with whatever has happened here today?
Yes, yes. Let me take it this way. We have to say that we are receiving a lot of optimism and true reflection of the people's concern when it comes to student politics. And so it is good. I mean, with you guys helping us to project this to the outside world, you have to sending a message to the outside world that yes, indeed, as health students, we really care about student politics. And I say that the participation has been great, right from the time that the vetting panel finished its duty in Hawaii to this very manifesto. You saw the Hawaii contingent that came in today. I mean, You imagine students coming in with a bus. This is serious business, and they've sent a message out there that wait, what we are seeing here is no joke. This is matured minds who are ready to contribute their quota to the development of the Uhas student community.
Who do you think will win this year's federal elections?
Wow, you are putting me on the hot spot.
Of course, I.
I see. We have five individuals, and as a member of the vetting panel, I think we passed all of them. They are good.
Is it that you passed all of them or they actually qualified to be passed?
Very good for correcting me on that. I think that is ambiguous. So they yes, they qualify to be passed, and then I believe that the students will make their choice come 23rd. And so let's leave it to the wisdom of the students. For me personally, I may not be able to decide. My vote is only one, so let's leave it to the populace. At the
But
end, you guys are spoken.
you are definitely going to vote on that day.
Oh yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for making time.
Thank you.
Joining me, joining me is the president of Uhas MSC. Hi, Reginald.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Yourself?
I'm fine too.
Okay. Um, Witnessing all that has happened today, are you pleased with what you've seen so far?
From the candidates, yes. From the students' body, no.
Why'd you say that?
I think the turnout was poor, like very poor. I mean, I was expecting a lot of people to be here. I mean, these are people who are going to be custodians of your money and everything. And seems like out of the population of 4,000 plus, no one is interested in what they have to
But
say.
don't you think it's better compared to previous years?
I don't think it's better compared to previous years. Well, I think moving forward, the SRC has to check itself on how they publicize some of these things because I think a lot of students were not aware something like this was going on. But I think it's prudent that we kind of advertise these things very well because people need to know who they are voting for. And although they are doing their campaigns and everything, a manifestos like this, you get to hear the questions people ask them, and based on how efficient they're able to answer these questions, you know whether this candidate can do the work or not. But
So who are you going to vote for?
I don't know. I don't know. I actually really don't know who I'm going to vote for. I think they all did very well. Like,
But you know you can't vote for everyone.
yeah, I won't vote for everyone, certainly. But as of now, I must say I'm impressed. They all have very broad policies, although there are a few loopholes in almost every candidate's manifesto. It's not overwhelmingly convincing, but it's good. Yes.
Thanks so much for making time with us. So joining me right now is Nanadra, and we are going to delve into the policies. Okay, Nanadra. Hi, Elijah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Please, can you tell us your level and then the course you're reading?
I'm Elijah Eduse, MBM level 200, and I came to witness the manifesto delivery by our various candidates for the presidential portfolios and other portfolios in SRC.
Are you impressed with what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with their delivery because more oftenly, not enough or outnumbering candidates go in for the positions. So this season, we've seen that a lot of people are putting up the interest so that we can, appreciate the fact that In fact, it is necessary to participate in SRC activities as well. So I really appreciate the numbers that the candidates are putting up, even though other portfolios couldn't get enough, candidates to um, vie for the position. But I think it's a good effort that the SRC presidential candidates are putting in. Yeah.
Are you pleased with the policies of the candidates, and do you think they have actually addressed the core issues UHAS is facing, or students of UHAS are facing?
Oh, I may say, if I'll have to rate them on a 5-star scale, I would say some are up to 4.5 because a lot of them hammered on the problems and challenges. I've been in this institution close to 2 years, and I think all that I was pondering on were addressed during the manifesto reading. So I think if, only if they are able to implement them, and I realize that per the there are ways and measures being put in place to implement them. I think it will be possible for them to figure out and then make it feasible for them to accomplish those policies. Yeah.
Are you supporting Timur? Because he's an MBMB student.
Oh, sure, sure. Because initially, I was admitted into that school, and I had, I don't know how to put it, but I can't publicly say that I'm supporting a particular team at this point in time because I have a lot. This is not about, this is a public domain, and I shouldn't um, spew out the team I'm supporting. You get it? But I may say that I'm also part of Team Moro, but not necessarily voting for Team Moro. You get me? Because that's what I can say for now. You get it?
Thank you very much for joining us.
All right. Thank you so much.
You too. Joining me right now is Nana Join. We are going to be discussing the policies the various aspirants have made known to us. Welcome, Nanaja.
Thank you.
Okay, so listening to all the federal aspirants, starting from the secretary, they are saying their tenure of office is going to be an office beyond writing, meaning there's going to be more information about whatever the SRC and the other executives want to do. And one made mention of using emails and then the UHAS mobile apps. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, the secretary talking about using UHAS mobile app and then email.
To disseminate information. We all have an individual email. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Yeah, I'm aware, but most students hardly read messages sent through emails. Like, yeah, most people. And even some of them, they've not even opened those email accounts on their phones. So I doubt if that's going to work because we hardly read. I have loads of messages through email and I'm not the only person.
But before now, we have WhatsApp platforms that are used to disseminate information, and usually there are lots of people on the platform, and then you end up not opening the group, so the information on the platform keeps piling up. But then with the email or you are saying that people don't patronize the email and then you has apps. So um would you suggest any other way they could go about this?
I'm talking about the WhatsApp platform. For my class, for instance, we have two pages, one for the normal chats and one for specific things, let's say slides and important information. So if there is something like this, once the thing is placed over there, you would definitely know it's very important. And then it wouldn't be like it was kind of oversight or something, you didn't see it. No, you definitely see it. So I think WhatsApp platforms work rather than the email because we hardly open. Even with us that we've opened it on our phones, we don't even read message. I have a whole lot of messages that I've not even read. And you see, with messages from the SRC, you see, it is coming like a lot of them keep coming. You see, from dean to SRC president, from students, and we hardly read it. Yes. So I think the WhatsApp platforms will be better.
Okay, thanks for your input. Now to the federal SRC presidents. There are five of them, and mainly they focused on accommodation, security, academics. Two of the aspirants spoke about 24/7 library schedule. What's your take on that?
Or for the 24 hours library schedule, I think it's good because sometimes even during examination times you want to sit somewhere and learn. You come in because they've arranged the place for examination, the rooms are locked, you have to sit outside and learn, and then the environment alone is not conducive for learning. So I think if it's going to operate 24 hours, then it's very good because you just go there, you learn, when you're tired, you go back. Yes, because learning in your rooms is kind of very risky. By the time you realize you are sleeping, yes. So I think that's a very good idea.
Now, with respect to accommodations, they are saying they are going to build more SRC hostels. Do you think the problem is actually building SRC and more SRC hostels because we don't have enough, or maybe reducing the charges that come along with it?
On a normal, let's say in real situations, the school needs hostels. But in a situation like the new medical hostel that is being provided now, and then for students to access it, they are paying high amounts. Then, if it's really coming and we have to pay more, then I don't think that is the best idea. So, meaning what they've provided now, the amount should be reduced. Yes, because if a new one is coming and we are paying higher fees for it, then I don't think it's really going to favor students. Yes.
Do you think the aspirants have actually pointed out the core issues the people of Uhas are facing?
They spoke a lot, a lot. For me personally, I felt some of them were not necessary.
Like which one? If you could
Oh
be
no,
specific.
no, no. Someone's manifesto, you can't be saying in quotes it's rubbish. No, some of them I don't really think it's very necessary.
Felt they could do better.
Yes, because that's a whole, let's say it's a competition, and this time we're having five people contesting, and you come and you're talking like everything you are saying is like so we are expecting more, we're expecting more. So I think maybe if they had pinpointed some specific things, or some of them did well, but for others, we are leaving it for the student to judge. Maybe as to be able to convince someone to vote for them, maybe the tone of their voice. But if we are talking about the actual objectives and what they look up to maybe achieve for the students, I think some people will have to go back and then add some things before because
What are some of the problems that are very dear to you and you want them to be rectified? You want the aspirants, yes, to rectify. If you could prioritize the problems faced by your students, which one of them would you want them to rectify first?
um I have a lot. Let's say like the accommodation they spoke about, the library, transport. Yeah, that's a few. Because with the transport, how do we packing students like sardine? It's quite unbearable.
Especially in this COVID era.
Yes, yes. And with accommodation, I think if maybe the school had a lot of hostels, it wouldn't be like when you are moving to level 200, you are forced to move out of the hostels and then you'll be searching for rooms, working. Oh no. If they could make arrangements for such stuff, I think life would be very comfortable for students.
And at lower prices too.
Yes, because you can't come and build hostel for us so that we feel comfortable. They'll be charging us as if we are renting like some hotel for vacation. No, we are begging, we are pleading. If they could do something about it, that would be the best thing to do.
Are you pleased with the proceedings so far?
With some.
With some proceedings. So
Okay.
which one of them were you not pleased with?
I would say the turn up of students because, as I already said in the first talk that we had, the publicity was very poor. And I just went out, met when what's going on here? Are you having a class? a whole
A
manifesto
class.
reading. And someone's asking me, I having a class here. So it's like they are not aware that something like this is even going on. So and the manifesto, you're supposed to read it so that the students hear it and then they know what you want to do for them so that they look up to that and vote for you. So if here is a case you are reading and you have like 5, 6 people sitting here, that's not a representation of the whole school. So I think maybe if publicity was a little bit massive, we have the students coming to listen and then we vote according to what we hear.
But don't you think the turn up of students this year was better as compared to previous years?
Yeah, it's better because even I came last year I didn't even know there was manifesto that I didn't hear anything. All I heard was they brought laptops to our house so that I voting. I didn't hear of vetting manifesto, but today, if I am here, the meaning the turn up is good.
What's the last verse to all the aspirants?
Oh, may the best win. Yes, we are just looking. That is why I'm saying that, like, those who didn't really say things that me, okay, that is for me. Some things that people said didn't really touch me. I was like, manifesto, this is what you are saying, like, on a real manifesto, when there are 5 people contesting for the same position, you are saying it's like all the things that you are saying, like, we- so it's not like major issues.
But don't you think they are sort of limited? Because if you bring out policies, that means you'd also have to find a way to come up with funds to be able to accomplish them.
Yes, that is why we need competent people. Yes. So we want someone who will bring a change, not something that we all see to be, oh, it's not really necessary. If you want to be a president for us, that you be leading us to a change, and then you are not really talking about anything in quotes very significant. You see what I'm talking about? We want someone who is going to make a change. That we say like Uhas, so that we go out there and we can also boast. Oh, I'm from Uhas. When I used to see people, they go on and check. Hey, you see, like they say 1 or 2 things. Now you have to start hiding. No, we don't want to hide anymore. So we want executives who will just lead us to a change. We can't come be talking about things that we don't see to be very necessary or important. Yes.
Thank you very much. Joining me with this discussion was Nana Adra, and we've been streaming live from UHAS campus C03 to be precise. Thanks for joining us. See you same time. Bye.